7 o'clock. I'd like to begin the meeting, and for those of you that would like to participate in the Pledge of Allegiance, please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to thank you all for coming this evening and welcoming you to the 2024 first deliberative session for the town of Wolfeboro. My name's Randy Walker. I have the pleasure and privilege of serving as your moderator this evening. For those of you that don't have places to sit, there are a few empty spots, but we can also have some people go up in the balcony, which is usually not open, but if you'd like to go up there, you go through these center doors, take a right, and you can go up. For those of you that are unfamiliar with the people up front, let me introduce them to you. There are the Budget Committee across the front, and we have Chairman John McDonald. When I call your name, if you'd raise your hand, John's right here. He's the chair. We have Bob Tuffer as the vice chair, Tom Bell, Bob Mulholland, Bobby Budman, Bob Lohman, Matt Plaish, Brian Black, Paul O'Brien, Brian DeShays, Linda Murray, and that's our Budget Committee. And for selectmen up on the stage, we have the chairman of the selectmen, Brad Harriman, Luke Freudenberg, Linda Murray, Dave Senegal, and Brian DeShays. And then a few others that I'll introduce. We have our town manager, Jim Pinio, Pat Waterman, our effervescent, bubbly, perennial town clerk, town council, Nathan Fennessy at the end, our town planner. Over here is Tavis Austin, Steve Randall, Director of Public Works, Catherine Carpentier, who's the finance director, Brenda Lapointe, who's the tax collector. We have Chris Warner, our new police chief. Tom Zotti is our fire chief. Jason Durance is code enforcement. Allison Rutley, our librarian. And for the director of the Municipal Electric Department, Barry Muccio. And Amy Capone-Muccio is executive assistant. I'd also like to introduce my niece, Caitlin Murphy, who I've appointed for the last 4 years as the assistant moderator. She's here with her husband over here. And she also ran her first school district meeting as moderator. Since I declined to do that again, she did a great job at that meeting. Before we delve into any substantive matters, there are a few preliminary issues that I'd like to discuss. The first is there may be a few people in the room that are not registered voters, and although we're happy to have you observe democracy in action, we would like to remind you that you are guests of the district. You may not vote on any matter, and if you do, that constitutes a misdemeanor, and therefore confident that we'll receive your utmost cooperation. I was going to have a small area in the back here for non-voters, but because the room filled up, that sort of got taken over. But for those of you that are voters, you should have a card, which you should keep close to you. If we have any hand votes, I want you to put that up. And we probably will have one written ballot tonight on Article 22. And when you go to vote on that, we'll probably have people go through the line. You'll need to show this card to get a ballot. You'll vote on it and then go. So keep that close to your vest. So the purpose of today's meeting is to discuss, explain, and debate those articles that we legally can. But ultimately, the purpose is to determine the form of the articles that are going to appear on the ballot in March. So we're not going to vote on the substance of any articles today. Again, we're just here to determine the form. So there's 25 articles that we are going to vote on this year. Several of the articles, Article 1, involves the election of town officials, and you'll just simply vote for those candidates that have signed up. We do have 3 contested races. For selectmen, we have 4 people running for 2 spots. And when I call your name, just put your hand up. But Brian DeShays and Luke are both incumbents running. Paul O'Brien, who's a former selectman, is running. And Jody Person is also running. Jody's in the back. For police commission, we have 2 people running for 1 position for the 3-year position. That's Sean Coop, and Sean's in the back there, and Richard W. Eaton Jr. And then for police commissioner for the 1-year position, we have 3 people running for 1 position, and that's Catherine Dragonfly, Kevin Duffy, who's right here in the back, the incumbent, and also Doug Lampotter. Those are the only contested races we have. 2 weeks from tonight, there'll be candidates night right here in this room at 6 o'clock. It'll be televised for those of you that can't watch it, but all people from contested races will be invited to speak. The school district also has a number of contested races. They will equally be invited. So put that on your calendar. It's February 27th. So we won't discuss Article 1. We won't discuss Articles 2 or 3. Those are planning and zoning issues, and those already have had their statutory hearings. We will, however, discuss Articles 4 through 25, so we have a lot of ground to cover this evening. Anyone that desires to amend an article, I would appreciate if you would reduce it to writing. I've had already 3 proposed amendments. And if you do have another one, again, please reduce it to writing, bring it up here so that Pat or I can have it. We can make sure that it's accurately presented to you, the voters. I also don't permit amendments to amendments on the floor at the same time, to keep it simple, not only for myself, but for you as well. We do operate under the auspices of SB 2, which has 3 procedural twists. Number 1, you cannot kill an article by tabling or passing over it. 2, the default budget is fixed by law, that is not amendable. And 3, warrant articles whose wording is prescribed by law may not be amended. No warrant article can be amended to delete the subject matter. You can change the dollar amount even to 0. You could change the intent, you can change the purpose, you could change the impact, but you cannot change the subject matter. Let me also establish a few other procedural ground rules for the conduct of the meeting this evening. Number 1, I do not follow nor adhere to any specific set of parliamentary rules. 2, I will generally recognize the person that submitted the article. The first, Articles 4 through 22 were all submitted by the selectmen. I'll therefore recognize one of the selectmen to address that first. The last 3 articles, 23, 4, and 5, were submitted by petition. I'll therefore recognize one of the petitioners to address their article. If an article is not amended this evening, then it will appear on the ballot as it appears in the warrant right now. If it is amended, then the amended version will appear on the ballot in March. For those of you that do speak, there's a microphone right here. And I'd appreciate if you state your name, and when you do speak, please try to be as brief as possible. For those of you that have cell phones or similar devices, this would be a great time to take them out, turn them off so they don't disrupt the meeting. I will read each and every article before we discuss it for those that don't have an annual report or are listening on the radio or on television. And after an article is read, we normally have not had it moved or seconded. We're going to change that policy this year. It's been recommended that we do that, so I will ask for a movement and seconding on all articles, and I'll generally recognize one of the selectmen that is going to speak to it first to move it. Anything that we do today will need a simple majority to either pass or fail. There's no supermajorities that are required. And after a reasonable period of time has elapsed regarding the discussion on any particular article, I would entertain a motion to terminate debate or to call the question, which I treat as synonymous. I usually waver on the side of letting people speak. We only do this once a year, and I don't want to precipitously or prematurely cut off debate. You're also all aware that motion that can be made that change an earlier article or an earlier motion, and you can restrict that by moving to restrict reconsideration of an article or motion, and if that should pass, you can leave with comfort that we will not discuss that motion or article at this meeting. And finally, we can only discuss the subject matter of issues which appear on the warrant. It would be unfair and inappropriate to discuss any new matters that were not on the warrant. So if there's been no notice, there'll be no discussion and no surprise. And those are the same rules that we've had in the past that we'll use this evening. So just as a reminder, for those of you that want to vote, it's going to be on March 12th. The polls will be open here from 8 in the morning to 7 at night. So let's get to the substantive issues that we're here to talk about this evening. We'll start with Article 4. And for those of you that are standing, there is room upstairs. If you go through this middle door, take a right, you can go upstairs in the balcony if you'd like to do that. So we'll start with Article 4, which is the Port Wetland Drainage Upgrade, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $769,710 for the purpose of securing drainage easements in Port Wetland and for engineering and construction of an adequate stormwater drainage system. Further, to authorize the issuance of $769,710 in bonds or notes for this project in accordance with the provisions of RSA 33, the Municipal Finance Act. Also, to further authorize the Board of Selectmen to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds and notes, and determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity and other terms thereof, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to participate in the State Revolving Loan Fund, SRLF, RSA 486:14, established for this purpose, and to allow the Board of Selectmen to accept such monies as become available from the federal and state governments, and to authorize the Selectmen to take any action or to pass any other vote relating thereto. This project was approved by the voters in 2022 in the amount of $430,290. That was warrant Article 14. With $231,203 in bonds or notes and $199,087 in funds from the American Rescue Plan Act. This warrant article, if approved, will provide the additional funds needed to complete the project for a total amount of $1.2 million. The estimated tax rate for 2024 is 0 per $1,000 assessed valuation. For 2025, it's 3 cents per thousand. For 2026, it's 3 cents per thousand. It's unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen. It's recommended by the Budget Committee on a vote of 7-1. In order for it to pass in March, it will need a supermajority or a 3/5 vote. So is there any discussion on Article 4? I understand, Linda, you're going to move. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Pinio. Linda, would you like to start us off?
Yes. The Port Wetland Drainage Warrant article is seeking additional funds to implement a new drainage system design that will upgrade the town's drainage system in Port Wetland to handle a 10-year storm instead of a 1-year storm. Upgrading the town's drainage system will capture stormwater runoff from Winter Haven Road and surrounding roads, which are all town roads. The Winter Harbor Watershed Management Plan identified the Port Wetland site as needing the implementation of best management practices because of the stormwater impact. The Wolfeboro Waters Committee supports addressing stormwater runoff coming off town roads in the Port Wetland to reduce the amount of nutrition loading into Winter Harbor. I also have an amendment.
Yes. So
Go on.
Go ahead.
Okay, after the last sentence of the first paragraph, I would like to amend this warrant article to read, also, no construction can start until, 1, the Port Wetland Association has signed an agreement to pay the town $100,000 for the stormwater drainage system, and 2, the town has in hand all the signed easements. My reason for adding this sentence is at the January 3rd, 2024 Board of Selectmen's meeting, after Article 4 had been moved to the town warrant, I motioned to place these two conditions on the project before any construction could start. I am proposing this amendment so voters know that the town must have an agreement signed for the payment of $100,000, which was included in the 2022 warrant Article 14 explanation, and have the signed easements. By adding this sentence, the voters will know that the $100,000 agreement is a must-have before this project can even move forward.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded to amend Article 4, and I'll just read the amendment. And if you look at Article 4, the main paragraph, at the very end of the first paragraph, it ends with any other vote relating thereto. Linda's proposed amendment would add at that point, also, no construction can start until, 1, the Port Wetland Association has signed an agreement to pay the town $100,000 for stormwater drainage system, and 2, the town has in hand all signed easements. So that's the amendment. So all we're going to do right now is discuss that amendment. It's more of a housekeeping amendment, but does anyone have any discussion on the amendment itself, not on the substantive motion? Yes, sir.
I'd like to know. Oh,
There's a button.
it's on. Okay. Can you hear me? No?
No. It should go up towards you.
It shows on. The light is on. There we go.
There you go.
With regard to the repayment to the town of the $100,000 by the homeowners, is there a timeline for having that completed?
I don't have a timeline.
I would propose that one should be included in the amendment. I'm sorry, I'm Doug Breskin, a resident of Wolfeboro.
Do you want to amend your amendment at all, or just leave it the way it is there, Linda? Or you want to?
I just don't know how long it's going to take. I guess I could say, okay, so let's say December 31st, 2025.
All right, even though I don't permit amendments to amendments on the floor at the same time, that was so simple that we'll do that. So we'll put that in, that has to be done by December 31st, 2025. And is that okay, Nathan? It's outside of our time period? Yeah, okay. Is there any further discussion on just the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, so Article 4 is amended to read, also, no construction can start until, 1, the Port Wetland Association has signed an agreement to pay the town $100,000 for the stormwater drainage system on or before December 31, 2025, and 2, the town has in hand all signed easements. Is there any further discussion on Article 4 as amended? Mr. Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just one question. Why is the figure only 100,000 when the town is going to be liable for 1.2 million? How was that number arrived at? Why is it not higher?
I'll pass that over to the town manager.
So this was the original agreement that was struck between the Port Wetland Association and the previous Director of Public Works that looked to create $100,000 offset toward this project.
And the water's coming off the town
Our roads.
and it's the town roads that we're putting the drainage in.
Suzanne?
Suzanne Ryan. This question came before the Capital Improvements Committee a couple of years back, and it originated from David Ford, who had had ongoing discussions with the people that lived in the association there. And I know I've read in the paper this discussion about doing the beach or touching the beach or the sands washing out and so forth. That's what started the discussion. It's since morphed into, it's strictly a town road. So my question is, and we're not going to do anything on their property whatsoever, as I understand.
We are not going to do anything on the beach. I don't know whether there is a little section of the easement for some of the drainage to seep in where they're going to put some riprap but in no way is this going to address the beach, nor is it addressing all the water runoff from Winter Haven. We're only addressing that runoff from the town road. Some of it runs off over their properties and down onto the beach. That's not part of this project at all.
Good. So then that rules out the option of using the betterment assessment, attorney?
I think it does.
Yeah, my understanding is that the improvements are related to what the town issue is caused, so it's the town road runoff. So it's not an improvement to the association's property. It's improvements that are being made to town property so that we're not having a negative impact on their property.
Okay. Is somebody going to present the plan? Is that going to go up on the screen?
We do have a short PowerPoint
Because
showing this, correct. That is correct.
I think I'd like to have some discussion after we see the presentation of the plan.
You want to do that now, Jim? or-
Sure.
All right.
So in 2022, warrant Article 14 came in front of you, the voters, regarding securing funds for the Port Woodland project, which at the time was estimated at $430,000. This came in front of the voters. The voters overwhelmingly approved it. As we dove into the engineering of the project, it was determined that essentially a straight pipe was being put in the ground going directly to Winter Harbor, and there was no provisions for any retention to try and slow the water or catch any nutrient loading. So from that point, we determined that the grade was too significant, straight culvert going in. As a result, we re-engineered the project, brought in a new engineering firm. The storm events are becoming much more regular, so we have designed this for a 10-year storm rather than a 1-year storm. And the goal here is to create a project between the Port Woodland Association and the taxpayers that will work. It does state here Port Woodland does own water frontage on that area, but we are redirecting our water from our roadways a different direction, which we'll get into in just a moment. So our solution was we designed a series of step downs with our engineer. It's a 36-inch culvert versus a 24-inch culvert, which is now a 24 and reduces to a 12-inch. This is supported by the Winter Harbor watershed study. We are working currently with Stantec, our contract engineer, and the Port Woodland Association regarding a memorandum of understanding regarding the easements. The easements will be signed when we sign contracts for construction. If we do not get to that point, then the easements don't happen. And Port Woodland has to agree to the MOU, which is currently in draft form. We're negotiating a few items back and forth now. The original schedule was to complete this project in the spring of 2023. Obviously, with the re-engineering that took place, we have an updated construction schedule. Engineering is in the final stages right now of permitting. We hope to bid this in the winter or fall of 2024 for spring and fall construction. I'd like to have Steve Randall speak on behalf of where we're at this point and the actual projects itself. Steve is the Director of Public Works. Steve?
Good evening. Steve Randall, Director of Public Works. So what we have right now, can you flip to the next screen, Jim? There we go. So we have the series of drop-downs like Jim and Linda had mentioned. If you look at the bottom graph, there's a Vortec water quality system that will go at the intersection of Lloyd and Winter Haven. Everything from there down will go through that series of steps downs. From there up, if you look at the upper screen, you'll see we're going to take and pick the drainage up from Bernard and make it way down, funnel everything through down into the bottom. As you get down the bottom of the hill, Right now, the water is coming, if you go down the hill, it's dumping right out into the right into their marina. We're going to channel everything to the left with a new outlet system, and that should capture most of the water and the sediment that comes down through there now.
So previously, we did secure funds. This is a breakdown of the costs. Total project is estimated at $1.2 million. We received a previous authorization to borrow $231,000. We have $199,000 in grant funding. That's why we're currently requesting $769,710. We did hold the bond hearing on this January 3rd, as Selectman Murray said. There was a discussion regarding the bond project, and right now we are actually looking at a 10-year bond. That'll be finalized by the Board of Selectmen if this project is approved, and it was voted in favor by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 5-0. That is the end of the presentation on this, Mr. Moderator.
Do you have any follow-up there, Suzanne?
Yes, I'm interested in knowing how you funded the Santac study.
It's my understanding that part of the engineering project that has been taking place at this point has been done through the $199,000 of ARPA funds that we received.
Okay. I had thought perhaps that was it. I would also question regarding the easements for driveways. This is a more technical question. I've heard it said that there are a statement, there aren't that many driveways that we have to get easements from. I'm a little disappointed that Santac didn't send one of their engineers here to do the presentation and explain to us in more detail. The Santac study is marked as a draft and not a final. And so, whereas we don't have an engineer, as I read through this, there's several places within the overall description of what the process of the engineering is. Many places it says, and to be consulted with the town engineer. So who is going to be the oversight of this $1 million project?
Steve, do you want to address?
So we have Stantec on retainer, for lack of a better word, I guess, to do the engineering and construction inspection services for this, along with myself.
Okay.
And these all require DES approvals?
Yes,
Before-
everything is DES approved. We have, to answer your question on the easements, 6 easements. We require 6 easements. And anything else will be MOUs as far as backsloping on as we come down through.
Okay. Well, it's comforting that DES will approve it, but they're not going to be on site. The other item I have also is any, and this will be to the attorney too, any of the driveways that have culverts currently, if we interfere or have to change them or improve them or what have you, there is a state law 23613, and it makes the landowner responsible for care and cleaning of those culverts, because I know those step-down ones that are going on the right-of-way down to the water are our responsibility to keep clean. So keep in mind, folks, we're going to have maintenance for forever on that project. But I think it's important that the landowners look into this business of the culverts. I know many towns have adopted a policy about that. So if I'm wrong, please shout out. Then the big question I have is, why a 10-year event? And the reason, normally I wouldn't even know what a 10-year or a 50-year or a 100-year storm was. But because we went through that with Hunters, which started out with a lower event, in working with them and the vortex that they have that is going to take the pressure over the water, they upgraded that and they said, we will have at that site the best system that you'll have downtown, period. And a 10-year storm event is minimal. That is minimal. The state is currently using 50. That's their high end. I don't know as though that's best management practice to do a 10-year storm. And I'm glad this is a draft. So with all that said, I'm going to make a motion not to exceed that's it, right in front of the amount, not to exceed 769,710.
So, Suzanne, you want to put in front of the words $769,710, not to exceed that sum?
Yes.
So if that's all we vote for, how would it exceed that?
That's why I didn't hear you.
I said if that's all we vote for, if that's all the voters approve, assuming this gets approved, we can't exceed it anyway, can we?
So, Mr. Moderator, I would agree that this is a bond, and the amount that the Board of Selectmen have to bond is up to that $700,000 and change. If she wanted to make an amendment to reflect the 1.2 million, that would probably be more accurate.
Sorry, I picked the wrong number. Not to exceed 1 million, whatever it is.
1.2 million.
Yeah.
All right, so that's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Yes, sir.
Just a brief question. The not to exceed proceeds in the last paragraph, the $1,200,000. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Is that correct, Susan?
Yes, thank you. I misspoke the first time.
Is there any further discussion on that? Not to exceed 1.2 million at the end of the second paragraph? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? That passes. Ann, you're up.
Ann Blodgett. I have some questions that relate to the project on a more holistic basis. I want to ask Steve right off the bat, will there be projects as you see it in town that will be like this in coming years? And should we be prepared for million-dollar projects every year from now on?
Well, this one is somewhat unique, but as far as, is your question for overall infrastructure or just drainage as it comes to the lake?
Stormwater drainage into the lake, poorly designed development issues.
I can foresee things coming up, yes. I wouldn't throw a number on it, though. Everything is unique, and that's a little hard target to hit.
So my question is to lead us to the thought of making this a model project where we look at all the homeowners in the area contributing to the situation by infiltrating on their property, as well as looking at potentially perching the beach. Because in past presentations, I hear that phosphorus runoff from the beach is a big issue. Perching beaches is a best practice. Replenishing beaches needs to be permitted, and it doesn't solve a problem. I'm sure that's been happening here. I don't know, but perching beaches is a way to reduce runoff into the lake from a beach. So I bring that up as a way for the entire area to participate in the mitigation. Thank you.
Any further questions or discussion? Yes, sir.
Frank Bonomi, Port Wedland. Once this project is complete, our next one, which we'll pay for, is to perch the beach. but we're not going to do it until this project is completed.
All right, thank you.
Randy?
Linda?
Yeah, I need to make an amendment to my amendment. I need to change the date to December 31st, 2030. The conversation was over a 7-year period for them to pay that $100,000.
And that is shown by this slide, that was part of the negotiation.
Second.
All right, so basically, we're having an amendment to change the date, which was December 31, 25, to make December 31, 2030. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on that date? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Say that again. So let's do a hand count. All those in favor, hold up your yellow cards, and Pat, if you could do the left side of the room, including the table, I'll do the right.
Yes.
So what we're voting on right now is whether the date should be moved from December 31st, 2025 to December 31st, 2030.
Did you check in?
So, but yes, so those that are in favor will hold their cards up. And I'll do the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Raise your
5,
hand.
6, 7, 8,
Raise your hand.
10, 11.
7 years for them to do it.
It's changed.
I got 31. How many do you get? How many?
She's double checking. Did you get
22?
upstairs? Yeah.
Balcony? No.
And this side.
I did here and there. You're just doing over there in the front.
7:30, 25.
All right, so now let's do the no's.
Look good.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. No, I got 18. How many did you get on that one?
They don't hold them up high enough. Can you hold them up a little higher? There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Don't get me going on that. You get 35.
35?
You get 35.
So I have 53 in favor and 61 opposed. You had 36, Pat? Actually, I get it 53 to 54.
Amy, did you
So we're going to do this again because that's within one.
did you count them up there?
So we're just going to do it again. Those that are in favor, just voting on the amendment. We did.
That's why I didn't have it.
That's why we're now voting. So anybody that's in favor, and this is going to be important because I had a difference of just one. So everybody that's in favor,
No, because if we do this over a certain period.
so we're going to vote again. Anybody that's in favor will hold up their card. What you're voting in favor of would be changing the date from 2025 to 2030.
So I'm not going to vote in favor of it.
Point of order, what do you got?
People are asking you to restate the question that they're voting on, so they understand what they're voting upon.
Okay, well, we've done that twice, but I'll do it a third time.
Okay.
So by voting yes, you're trying to change one date, and that is the end date of this, which currently we voted on was December 31st, 2025. It would be moved if you vote in favor to 2030, and if you vote no, it will stay at 2025. So those that are in favor of that, hold up your cards and keep them up until we tell them to stop. I'm going to count the front here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23,
How many here?
25, 26, 27, 28.
I'm going to love it up top.
11 up here?
You got the front.
11 in the balcony. Any of you?
No,
What'd you
when
get?
go to no.
23.
And what about here? Did you get all?
I did not. So we'll get those two.
Everybody up here?
30, 53,
Did
60.
you go yes or no?
All right, those that are opposed, put your hands up.
Huh?
Should I go?
Oh,
So I'm going to do this out in front of you. So I got 1, 2,
all right, no.
3, 4, 5, 6,
Didn't you
7,
count me anyway?
See, I had no time to use my
5, 6,
my
7,
motion.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Yeah, that's why I just almost 1 hour.
I'm going to be here till 3 o'clock in the morning.
Here comes no. Let's get
18,
no.
21. How many did you get?
Can you hold up to the balcony? Yeah, our as well.
Can't put any
I agree.
I didn't write it. It's going to fail, which is perfect.
That's what I see.
How many do you have?
For some reason, I never.
34,
So we get to the budget if we're doing this.
65, no. Well, it fails by 1 again, 64, 65, so we had more people hold their hands up. So the article, the amendment fails by 1 vote. It stays at December 31, 2025. Is there any further discussion on Article 4, keeping in mind that it's 7:45 and this is the first one of 23?
Admonition noted, Mr. Moderator. I just
Mike.
want to second what was said before. If we're looking at this project at $1.2 million, and our Department of Public Works Director has said that there are more in the works that are going to have to be addressed, I would urge the selectmen, in their wisdom, to start planning now for the eventuality of these other inevitable projects, so that when they do come up, 1, we can get through them much more quickly than we did tonight, and 2, they're a little bit better presented and a little more reasonably organized than they have been tonight. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 4? So we can't do that yet, but we're going to get there in 1 sec. So there being no further discussion, I declare that this article will be on the ballot as amended about 3 times. It's now been moved to restrict reconsideration, which means we cannot reconsider this article this evening. Is there a second to that? All those in favor of not reviewing Article 4, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Thank you very much. We move on to Article 5. Article 5, which is the budget, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth in the budget posted with a warrant or as amended by the vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $34,372,097. Should this article be defeated, the operating budget shall be $33,300,799, which is the same as last year's operating budget, with certain requirements, certain adjustments required by the previous action of the town or by law. Well, the governing body may hold 1 special meeting in accordance with RSA 40, 13, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. The estimated tax rate for 2024 is $6.34 per $1,000 of assessed valuation. This is unanimously recommended by the selectmen. It's recommended by the budget committee on a vote of 7-1. And I'd like someone to move. The operating budget's been moved by John McDonald. Is there a second? Been seconded. John, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just want to check what slides are up here. We've spent most of the summer and the fall trying to work on the budget. Hopefully everything we put together will explain where the increases are. And It first starts out with the department heads giving a proposal on what they want to spend. That was $35,096,621, which recommends $3,770,731 over 2023. Then the town manager does his budget, and that came at $34,769,655, or $3,443,765 increase over 2023. Then the selectmen take a look at it, and they came in at $34,434 and $5, which was $3,108,115 over 2023. And then the budget that we're recommending is $34,372,097, which is $3,046,207 over the 2023 budget. If you go on to the next slide, which is a pie chart, it shows you a breakdown of where your money's going. The general fund is $19,818,030. The water fund is $1,785,097. Electric fund, $10,500,008. Sewer fund, $1,862,152. Pop Wayland, $406,810. For a total budget of $34,372,097. And as you'll see, some of the water fund, electric fund, and the sewer fund, that money is paid by the users. So even though we're funding $10 million to the electric fund, we're going to get that back in revenue because we're going to sell the electricity to everybody. Again, the pie chart shows you how it's broken up. If we go to the next slide, this is the breakdown of the general fund only, which is the different series, 100 series, which is your wages, 200 series, which is the benefits, and then we go down to 500 dues and printing, 600 machinery equipment, travel and meetings, 800 is professional development, and then the debt service. And that shows you the breakdown there. As you can see, the wages are the biggest percentage of the fund at 34%, followed by the benefits. And if you go all the way to the bottom, you'll see it's $19,818,030. Okay, if you go to the next slide, this breaks down where your money's going for the increases. If you look to the right, actual increases, this is where everything's being increased. Things we don't have control on, such as the union contracts, the tipping fees, those went up $184,000. That's the tipping fees for the taking things to the other plant, the rubbish and trash and things like that. And then the other big one is the ambulance service. That's gone up to $750,000 this year, with an increase of $474,047. Those are all things that help increase the budget. You're going to see a wage and benefit study for $25,000. We haven't done one of those for probably 5 to 10 years. The property reevaluation, that's going to be due next year, and we hope to get a jump on it by doing it this year. Liability insurance, highway maintenance, debt service. A lot of these things we have no control over. There's the SRO officer that was approved last year. This is the third firefighter of the 3 that we're going to provide. We started, I guess, 3 or 4 years ago. And then you've got the union contracts and then the non-union wages of 3.5%. But right there is $2,627,701 worth of increases. Some of them we can't control, and some we can. It's up to you folks which ones you don't want to do this year. If we move on. This would be a breakdown of the individual departments to give you an idea where the increases are. This is the executive. The total budget is $285,443, a $41,695 increase of 17.1. Town manager budget is $239,013, increase of $27,805 or 13.2. And again, you can see where those increases are coming from. That also includes the wage and benefit study. Zoning board, $9,706, increase of $1,660 or 20.6%. Move on to the planning board. They've got a total budget of $12,557, a decrease of $8,427 or a decrease of 40.2%. Town clerk, increase of total budget is $238,319, an increase of $17,589 or 8%. Bear in mind that we've got 2 additional elections, one in September, then one in November, and that's where that increase is there. Move on to the finance department. Total budget is $341,867, an increase of $3,630 or 1.1%. And go on to assessing, total budget of $118,982, a decrease of $35,281. Or public safety, police department, $2,170,306, an increase of $131,411, or 6.4%. Again, the majority of that is wage and benefits. Ambulance service, $750,000. That's an increase of $474,047, or 171.8%. Fire department, $2,311,523, an increase of $383,562, or 19.9%. That's up a lot because we bought that new tanker truck. Last year we approved that, and that's now built into the budget, the lease on that, and that's right around $182,000. Now the codes, $107,996, an increase of $133, or 0.1%. Emergency management, $6,960, an increase of $2,932, or 65.3%. Public safety building, $64,195. That's a decrease of $1,525, or 2.3%. Communications, $570,670. That's an increase of $45,569. Town engineer, $175,068, an increase of $6,487, or 3.8%. Move on to highways and streets, $1,689,954, an increase of $161,022, or 10.5%. This is a new category, bridges, to do some maintenance on the bridges, have some funds available to do that. That's $4,500, and that's a 100% increase over last year on the bridges. Public Works Garage, $278,076, an increase of $26,121, or 10.4%. Public Works Ground and Maintenance, total budget is $221,077, an increase of $113,065, or 104.7%. Now we'll move on to the solid waste, $1,170,327, $152,305 increase, or 15%. Health officer, total budget $11,350. That's the same as it was last year. Animal control, total budget $27,124. That's a $343 increase, or 1.3%. Agencies, these are all the different groups that we participate in, providing additional funding for their services. $132,843, and that's a decrease of $24,827 from last year. Welfare budget, $78,916, an increase of $5,064, or 6.9%. Parks Administration, $273,088. That's an increase of $27,270, or 8%. Park Maintenance, $288,675. That's an increase of $24,133, or 9.1%. Beaches, $100,613. That's a decrease of $22,867, or 18.5%. Programs, a decrease of $12,147, or 8.3%, for a total budget in the programs of $134,904. Abenaki, $188,727, an increase of $16,134, or 9.3%. Culture Recreation, we moved to the hockey rink, $100,705. That's an increase of $257, or 0.3%. Community Center, $11,241, an increase of $2,043, or 22.2%. Town Docks, $17,983. That's a $77 decrease, or a decrease of 0.4%. We'll move on to the library. Library is $613,029. That's an increase of $20,924, or 3.6%. Patriotic Purposes, $11,236, same as last year. Fireworks, $14,000. That's gone up $1,000 for the fireworks. Libby Museum, $48,467, a decrease of $474. Clark House, $12,258, a decrease of $434 or 3.4%. Conservation Commission, $22,700, an increase of $747 or 3.4%. Economic Development, $13,775, which is a decrease of $2,455 or 15.2%. Debt service, the total budget is $2,110,997. For debt service increase of $565,269 or 13.2%. Intercompany transfer, $608,477. That's an increase of $71,138, 13.2. Capital outlay total budget, $12,380. That's a decrease of $164,424. Moving to the water personal administration, $128,787, a decrease of $10,266 or 7.4%. Water technology, that's $5,400. Water distribution, $889,250. That's an increase of $25,655 or 3.0%. Water treatment plant, $692,659, an increase of $68,695 or 11%. Electric fund, personal administration, total budget of $274,418, a decrease of $2,373 or 0.9%. Electric administration, $1,069,846. That's a decrease of $14,208 or 1.3%. Electric distribution, $2,015,103. That's a decrease of $241,461 or 10.7%. Electric generation, $7,137,640. That's an increase of $385,682 or 5.7%. Sewer fund personal administration, $25,049, decrease of $9,669 or 27.9%. Sewer collection, $406,073, an increase of $26,460 or 7.0%. Wastewater treatment plant, $1,428,029. That's an increase of $143,566 or 11.2%. Pop well administration budget, $45,003. That's a decrease of $17,835 or 65.6%. Pop Whalen Fund, $361,807. That's a decrease of $13,727 or 3.7%. Here's the estimated tax rate by all the articles. If you add them all together, $7.30. And here's the increase just on the town side. So if all these warrant articles pass, and you have a $300,000 home, your taxes are going to go up $384. That's just on the town side. That doesn't count the county, doesn't count the state. $450,576, $700,896, and $1,102,280. Again, that's just on the town side. That's not the county or the state or the school tax. I think that we've got this budget down as far as we can go and list some things. You see some things that are not important to you for next year. But at this time, I believe, and I think the town manager agreed, we can keep pretty much everything status quo with this budget and get the raises and make back some of the commitments that we made to the employees as far as an additional fireman, the SRO, and things like that. So if you have any questions, please ask. Thank you.
Any questions for John? Any questions generally? Suzanne? And then Steve?
Just a quick one, please. You say if all articles pass, this is a town-only increase on your value of your home. Do we add that I can't see from here, the 7-something to that? Those are all the warrant articles?
Correct. So that takes all the warrant articles into consideration with the operating budget to get you to $7.30
So
per
all the
thousand.
warrant articles are in that column on the right-hand side?
Correct.
I see Casey shaking her head, yeah.
Steve?
Yeah, I just wanted to commend the Budget Committee. It's a tough job to go line by line and make adjustments and so on and so forth. The selectmen and the town manager do a very good, commendable job. It's sometimes not easy. I think when I look at last year's budget and where we are now, and compare the two figures, roughly 31 million to 34 million, I think something is needing to be addressed and something needs to be fixed. I don't know that we can address it now. But having said that, I'd like to make a motion to change the total figure of 34,372,097 to 34,275,681. That roughly is $96,416 reduction. I think that somewhere you can figure out how to make that work in next year's expenditures. So that's
How much was our reduction? How much was the reduction? Can you repeat the reduction? Can you repeat the reduction amount?
Can you speak up closer to the mic?
It goes from 34,372,097 to, if my math is correct, 34,275,681, which is roughly $96,000.
Or $96,416.
Correct.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. And Steve, why do you want to reduce the budget by that amount?
It's a minimal amount when you look at the overall figures. And having listened to the Budget Committee back and forth, I think the money can be found and they can do an effective job in managing it and making it work.
All right, is there any further discussion on the amendment? John?
If I could just ask the town manager, he's working this budget, where would he come up with the $96,000 cuts, if he could, please?
Well, I think the first clarification question that needs to be asked, I assume that you're anticipating this to come from the general fund and not any of the enterprise funds, correct? Right off the top of my head, John, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But we would have to figure it out.
One thing that I know from having
Get a little closer to the mic, Steve.
One thing I know from having been on the Budget Committee and listening to the selectmen expend money and so on and so forth is all the budgets figures that we have is fungible and we can move things around however we want to. The budgets are simply guidelines. They don't lock you into expending that kind of money, the specific amounts of money, and certainly we can make things work, and we ought to make it work, especially when I look at last year's budget and this year's budget, and I commend John for looking to next year to seeing how we can rein this in a little bit, because this is not sustainable.
Right, any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Harder.
Yeah, $96,000 is just an an arbitrary number, almost as if it's plucked out of the air. There's no justification for it given to us. We don't understand where it's supposed to be coming from. Town manager says he'll have to kind of look around and maybe find a place for it from it somewhere. I'm all in favor of reducing the budget. I think a $2 million debt service is scary, but 96K is not going to do it. And I would prefer us to leave the situation up to the expertise of the Budget Committee. They've come up with a number. I feel comfortable, even though I may not like it, sticking with that number. Thank you.
Randy? And Brad?
Yes, just a couple of things I want to comment on. When the department heads proposed their budget, the town manager went through it with a fine-tooth comb, reduced it by approximately $330,000. Came to the Board of Selectmen, we went through it with a fine-tooth comb, took about another $330,000 off it. Went to the Budget Committee, and they went through it with their fine-tooth comb and came up with another $62,000 in reduction there. That kind of tells me that, between the town manager Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee, we've really brought this right down to a realistic budget that the departments need to function in the town. So just want to put that out there, that we've really gone through this and done the cuts that we feel are legitimate and it should be done. And I ask you to support the budget as presented by the Budget Committee. Thank you.
Claude?
Claude Rossiger. If this were a business, you would look at the revenue that you can obtain from the operations of your business. It's a town. So the notion is that we can take whatever we want from the taxpayers and meet whatever budget we put out. If this were a business, given the increase from last year, the board would probably say, cut this budget by 10%. Think about that. It could be done. Companies do it all the time. All this is trying to pluck the goose. Maybe the goose is hurting too much now. The taxes are not bearable by a lot of the people in this town. So it needs to be rethought. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Yes, sir.
I'm Jim O'Rourke. I have a question about the increase in the debt service. I mean, as you know, that's one of the largest increases in the budget. And if we vote other capital items tonight, that means we're going to have an equivalent, we might have an equivalent increase next year in the debt service. Could you unpack that number for me, that is indicate what it is, or what, say, the top 3 items are that resulted in the increase in the debt service of, I think it's $550-something thousand over last year? I mean, what drove that increase in debt service over the last year?
Bob?
Yeah. Oh. Can you turn me?
Yeah.
You got me on? Okay. Randy, don't we have a motion to move before we answer this gentleman's question?
We did, and you're up if you want to answer it.
On the debt service?
Well, we're trying to. The motion is to reduce the budget by about $96,000, and I think he's backdooring into it, so I thought it was sufficiently relevant to allow the answer. If you want to give him an answer, go ahead.
Yeah, it was one of the items presented to us, and we're to vote on a motion that relates to the entire budget. And I would think that's a significant amount, so that the question is certainly germane. Now, if you want me to withdraw my question and bring it back later, I'd be happy to do that.
Bob, can you answer the question?
Basically, there's one principal reason for the large hike in debt service, and that would be the public safety building. Also, we had a $1 million bond for a sewer extension going down Forest Road and Varney Road. So those are the 2 big items on debt service. The public safety building is the big one.
Okay.
Was popular in this year?
Could you give us some approximate numbers on those?
Yeah, we'd have to go back into the budget.
All right, so let me see if Kathy can do it. Catherine?
So in 2023, the voters voted a $13 million bond for the public safety building. We only took out half of $7 million, which is about $600,000 in principal and interest. Pop Whalen was the year before.
I knew.
Right, but the number he's asking about is the difference year over year of $565.
Yes.
$565,000 that was on a slide that the town manager put up.
So if you roll that over, is half of that then going to be payable this year, or are we going to start paying the debt service on it this year?
You will pay that continually, that first
Right.
$7 million, and then we'll be taking
Beginning
it
with this fiscal year, is it?
in *24. No,
Yes.
it would be '25.
Okay.
because we'll go out to bond in 24.
And how much would that debt service be per year, annually?
Probably about the same amount.
Which is what?
600,000, 630,000.
$630,000, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so the motion on the floor is to reduce the budget amount by about $96,000. Any further discussion on that? Mr. O'Brien.
Just for clarity, excuse me. Just for clarity, the motion that was made was to reduce the total budget. There was a clarifying question by the town manager that said, I assume you're saying only the general fund. Steve, I assume your motion is for the total budget, is that right?
Steve's is on the total budget. I can answer that. That's what it was on.
Yes.
It was on the total budget.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we're going to vote on whether we want to reduce the total in the budget from $34,372,097 to $34,275,681, which is about $96,416 less. Those in favor of that, please say aye. Aye. All's opposed?
No.
I think the noes have it unless someone wants a hand count. Steve wants a hand count. So all those in favor, hold up your cards. So Pat, if you do the front two tables. And let's do it in reverse. Who's opposed? The opposed clearly have it just from the cards. So that fails. Is there any further discussion on Article 5?
You didn't get one?
We did. There were clearly way more no's than there were yeses just by the cards. Any further discussion on Article 5? Scott?
Does that mean we are now, that is the budget, or are we still going to vote on whether we vote on the, having the default budget?
No, we can't change the default budget, number one. Number two, we're back to Article 5, which is the budget. And do you have any comments or questions on the budget as presented in Article 5?
No, I just wondered, are we going to vote on it as it is, or can we vote for the default budget instead?
So we're going to do that in March.
In March.
Yeah, good question, though. Any further discussion on Article 5? Yes, sir.
Randy, I just have a question. What is the percentage increase? I mean, you guys always talk about pennies per thousand, this, whatever. Overall, what is the percentage increase about that? Am I reading this correctly? That's a 12% increase, 12.8% increase next year for the budget?
So who's going to, Catherine, you're going to come up with that?
Yep. So general fund is a 16.6% appropriation increase. All funds are a 10.3% increase, and if you include capital outlay, it's a 9.9% increase. 9.9.
Okay, so just a question. Did we not have a tax increase last year in the budget?
Yes.
I seem to recall getting a tax bill which is about 11% last year, higher than it was the year before. No. So now we're going to ask for a 10% increase on top of that?
Yes, but
Okay.
if I may, Town Manager, would you go to this page in your page 19? If you don't mind. It's like page operating budget. There are a lot of things in this budget that were approved prior year, so it's not like there are new initiatives. They're things you already voted on. Debt being one of them, school resource officer, union contracts. So the slide on.
I understand that, but anyone in this room who's currently working has not gotten a 22% increase in the past 2 years in salary. Some of us that are on fixed incomes like Social Security at best get a 4% bump. So we're, talk about losing ground. You're getting a 4% bump on your Social Security and you're getting a 20% increase in your taxes. That's a little tough to swallow. So, I agreed with Claude Rossinger. We ought to be looking at tax cuts, not tax increases. You know, it's a fact of life that life is tough. And the government can't keep taxing its way out of messes that have been created in previous years. You talk about debt service. This is from having bond issues in previous years, and now you're spending millions of dollars servicing debt. It's the same thing the federal government's doing. They're spending $900 billion servicing the debt for money they borrowed. So you're looking to borrow money so that in future years we have further tax increases to pay the debt. This is a spiral. It doesn't have to be this way. Most of us have budgets that we have to live by, and the town should have the same restrictions. Should learn to live within your means occasionally. Don't have to do it every year, just occasionally.
Is there any further discussion on Article 5?
Yeah.
All right, seeing none, and there being no further discussion, then that article will appear as read on the budget. And before we move to Article 6, I understand, Suzanne, that you would like to make a motion to jump the line and have Article 24 be discussed now. So I was handed an amendment. Normally we'd go 6, 7, 8, et cetera, but it's been moved by Suzanne Ryan to take Article 24, which is the petition warrant article for the 911 ambulance service contract, and discuss it now. So she's moved to do that. Is there a second to do? All right, so the question is why do you want to have 24 jump the line?
Number one, for continuity, in the ballot booth, they'll read the budget question, which includes the ambulance contract in it, which wasn't maybe clear this evening. And if that fails, there would be no fail-safe solution. So by putting this 911 ambulance contract underneath that, people will see it, and they know that they're not going to be without an ambulance. And Bobby helped me with the number.
So let me just cut you off for a sec.
Yeah.
So I thought you were just trying to move the order out so we could discuss it right now. Are you just trying to move the order on the ballot?
Okay, all right. I thought maybe people would like to know a reason why.
Well, we're going to discuss Article 24 either way. The only question is when. But do you want to have it move after 5 and before 6 on the ballot, or do you want to move it right now to discuss it, or both?
No, I want to relocate it. Does that help clarify?
So you just want to relocate it so that we discuss it now and it'll be on the ballot that way then?
Yeah, the order
All right.
of which they appear.
All right, so that's just a procedural question. We're not going to discuss the substance of the article, just whether it gets moved or not.
So you're going to ask for a vote on that first?
There you go.
Okay.
So does anyone have any discussion on whether we should move it or not?
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on whether we should move it or not? If there's no discussion, all those in favor of moving it after 5 and before 6, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
All right, so the ayes have it. So we will now discuss Article 24, which will probably get renumbered 6, et cetera. But so now we're going to discuss Article 24, which I will read. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $500,000 without further action by the town meeting for purpose of a 911 ambulance municipal operations contract should the warrant article for the 2024 operating budget fail and the town enter into a default budget. This warrant article should be null and void if the town passes the 2024 operating budget warrant article that includes ambulance funding. This has been submitted by petition. The estimated tax rate for 2024 is 21 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. It's recommended by the selectmen, and it's unanimously recommended by the selectmen and recommended by the budget committee, and a vote is 7-0 with 1 abstention. So, Suzanne, would you like to address that article?
I think it's self-explanatory. As I said, for continuity, it will be underneath the budget, and people will be able to read sequentially how the process is. It assures that there will be, I mean, if they vote yes, it will assure a contract for our ambulance service. As I said, we put 500,000 in. I think the actual number was more like 477 or some number like that. And I would, with your permission, if Bobby wants to add anything to that.
I have to leave the table. I should probably leave the table.
You could use either one.
Done. So this petition warrant article, Bobby Bedman, by the way, this petition warrant article was placed just in case we do go into a default budget. Being on the budget committee, I did notice that one of the services we could potentially lose and have harm us is our ambulance service. So I know there's sentiment in this room, possibly that there's potentially a default budget we're going to go into. If we go into the default budget, I do urge you to please vote for this ambulance service just to make sure that our town is protected. Thank you.
Thanks. Patty?
Patty Cook, and I just have a quick question for clarification. Is this doing a contract with an outside ambulance group, or is this our creating our own and having employees as ambulance? Because I know there were discussions back and forth. I just want to confirm which one it is.
This is the Stewart's ambulance
It is.
service.
It is for the
Stewart's.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Any further discussion on Article 24? John?
I guess I've got a question for the town attorney. Just the way things have been going sometimes, what happens if the budget goes to default and this fails?
And I think that's exactly what happens. Default budget's in and this fails.
So if this you're asking if this goes to default budget and this particular warrant article fails, was that the question?
Yes.
That's interesting.
So you would still have a line item in the default budget to provide ambulance services. And then to the extent that the select board chose, they have the option to transfer money among the line items that they have if it's required to cover the full cost of the ambulance services.
And I had asked before.
Okay, thank you.
And Paul?
Just to follow up, Timmy, just to follow up on John's question, if the budget goes to default and this article passes, the distance between the default and this article to the town of Wolfeboro is roughly $500,000. That's what the town of Wolfeboro would have to make up. If this article fails and there is a default budget, then the distance between the article and the town is about a $1 million gap that the town has to make up. 1 million on a 34 million, you can do the math. And I compliment Bobby for doing this. Bobby is concerned and was concerned that if the voters were to vote for a default budget, there should be continuity of the ambulance service. And I'm not to say I agree with the attorney or not agree, but if the default budget passes and this article fails, then it's up to the Board of Select people to either decide or not decide whether we have an ambulance service, knowing that they already have $400,000 in the budget, or whatever the money is in the budget. They'd have to top it off by some other means. And I hope that completely unclarifies everything for you. I tried to make it clear. Okay, thank you.
Claude first, then Bobby.
I have a question. Why is the assumption made that if the default budget were the one that we go to, that the ambulance service ceases to exist, or the fire department? This is what municipalities always do, threaten the citizens with losing essential services. they don't think to take the money somewhere else. Can you answer that question? Because I don't believe the statement that we would be $1 million in the hole is correct.
Randy?
All right, Bobby?
So I'd just like to answer first how this came about. Is last year in our budget, our ambulance service was $250,000. That service is going up to $747,000. So our contract went up. So when something like this is a new charge, that's essentially the budget. So if our town chooses the default budget, that new charge of the $474,000 would go away for ambulance. So this was initiated as a safeguard to make sure if we have a default budget that we still will have an ambulance service. However, if we vote for the budget, this article is null and void. It doesn't even exist. So if we put the money into our ambulance service with using and voting for our budget this year, this article doesn't matter. But if you vote for the default budget, please take the time to protect our ambulance service.
Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, Andy.
You
Randy?
want to respond, Claude? or-
Linda has it. Linda has it.
Look, I asked a simple question. Why is it that we're faced with a zero instead of something? My understanding is that the default budget is 10% less than the proposed budget. So why shouldn't the ambulance budget be 10% less than what is here stated? It's not zero. It's $450,000, isn't it?
No, it stays at, so the ambulance service stays at $250,000. The problem is we received a new contract, and the new contract is at $747,000. So that new amount for the contracted service, and I think probably maybe Chief Zadi can speak to this, or maybe Jim can speak to it a little better than I can. The reason why this happened was to protect our ambulance because our contract went up. And when the contract goes up, it is not part of the default budget.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Did you-
Suzanne, if you're going to
did you hear
speak, you're going to
that?
have to go to the microphone. But, Linda, are you trying to answer that?
Yeah, I would like to say that if we have a default budget, we have $275,000 in it, there's no way the Board of Selectmen is going to let the ambulance service not exist. We'd have to cut all over the place to make it happen. We supported this warrant article to add the extra $500,000 because then we wouldn't have to cut. That's the decision the voters have. But this Board of Selectmen is not going to not have ambulance service in this town.
So thank you. You've answered the question as I hoped you would, which means that the money has to be found from other excess spending. It does not take the ambulance service to zero. Does not. Thank you.
Randy. So I wanted to explain something, just so everybody knows, because I don't know if Mr. Roginger knows. We have a contracted ambulance service with Stewart Ambulance. Our fire department isn't doing it right now. Our ambulance service has been $275,000 now for the last few years. Because of Stewart's desire to leave the type of service that they're providing for us and only go with a transport service from hospital to hospital, their cost to us went from $275,000 to $750,000. So, in order to keep two ambulances going all the time, we need $750,000. This is not anything that we are spending extra money. This is something that was pushed upon us. I also question Paul O'Brien's numbers. I think that his numbers might be off a little bit. You might want to check them.
Yes, ma'am.
So for this ambulance service that we will be paying all this money, do we get it for free if we ride their ambulance? We don't need to pay any money, or what's the story there?
No. Good question.
No, you get
How much is it going to cost for a ride?
Depends on the service.
So, Luke?
So when we went out, when Stewart's originally came to us and said, we don't want to be in the ambulance business anymore for the town of Wolfeboro. So we went out and we looked at, we put out a request for bids, okay? The bids came back, and the bids were way higher than 750.
Do we have a list of those bids?
There
that
were
we can
3
view?
bids. I believe one was 900,000 and one was
1.4 million.
1.4 million.
Do you have like some written thing, who the people were that gave the bids, what the amounts were, so we can make comparisons?
We can get that to you. We have them. We've had them at other meetings when we've talked about the ambulance service.
It's tough for us
So-
working people to
so-
get here normally. We're working all day, we're in Portsmouth to
okay.
make enough money to pay the taxes in this town.
Why don't we get that on the town website for you so
you.
it's easy for you to get it?
That's
We have it.
perfect. That's perfect, Linda, thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 24? Seeing none, I declare that the article will read on the ballot as read, and we will now move on to Article 6.
Second.
So it's been moved to restrict reconsideration on all prior articles that we've discussed. Is there a second to that? All those in favor of restricting reconsideration on all prior articles, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, we will not discuss any prior articles. We'll move on to Article 6, the town road upgrade. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $700,000 for the purpose of upgrading and engineering town roads and drainage systems. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 32(7)(6), or Roman numeral 6, and shall lapse on December 31, 2025, or upon the completion of the project, whichever first occurs. The estimated tax rate impact for 2024 is 29 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. It's unanimously recommended by the Selectmen and the Budget Committee. And I understand, Brad, you're going to start us off, so it's been moved by Brad. And is there a second?
Second.
All right, been seconded. Brad, you're on.
Thank you. The town has about 67.5 miles of roads it maintains. This year's proposed budget for the road repairs was reduced from $950,000 down to $700,000, strictly for the reason to reduce the overall budget, not because we felt there was a need for the road repairs being proposed. I do ask you to support this article, and I'll turn this over to our Director of Public Works, Steve Randall, for further details.
Steve?
Steve Randall, Public Works, again. So as Brad said, we have 67 miles. A lot of the roads need repair. We're going to continue with the upgrade on working on our culverts, additional drainage, pavement overlays, reclaim, and then try to rebuild our dirt road bases. The proposed for this year, based on the $700,000, is we're going to overlay Pleasant Valley Road. We have some work on the Townsend Dam outfall, some more dirt road upgrades. We have a section of Beach Pond Road that we weren't able to pave in '23, along with the section of Upper Haynes Hill, which was also on '23, we weren't able to do due to the rains. So that brings us to the $700,000 total. Anybody have any questions?
Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Kayla Hewitt, and a resident of Wolfeboro. This is a hard conversation, given, of course, looking at all the budget and everything. In 2019, the Wolfeboro roadway evaluation estimated or commissioned by the town of Wolfeboro found that Wolfeboro roads require $1.2 million annually for 10 years for town road upgrades to bring them up to proper condition. And generally, that had been tracking well until, of course, last year in 2023, we had some pretty extensive damage and flooding. And so that rerouted funds that needed to be used for maintenance and upgrades to emergency relief. My concern here is, sorry, it sucks, is that $700,000 is not enough. That's a 45% reduction in the $1.2 million. I think $1.2 million is certainly too much, but I'm concerned that we won't be able to continue to maintain and get ahead of what is surely going to continue to happen again. So I would like to move to increase that $700,000 sum by $200,000 to at least give us $900,000 to work with. And hopefully, those of us that live in remote areas where the roads continually get washed out, even with melting snow, that we can maybe work to get ahead of this a little bit.
All right, it's been moved to increase the $700,000 number by $200,000 to $900,000. Is there a second for that? All right, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment of increasing it from 700 to 900? Claude, Brody, Suzanne.
You can rely upon me for one thing, and that's to always watch the money. The increase that Kayla has proposed is watching the money. Because if we accept the reduction that takes quite a large whack out of the roads, what we do is we line the roads up for more damage. Steve Randall has estimated, and he can correct me, he's here, that of last year's damage from the storms 2, but mainly 1, 75% of the money they spent to repair the damage should never have been spent, because if the roads had been maintained properly, the damage would not have happened. So here we have an issue of, do we leave work that has been begun half done? Do we keep our fingers crossed that a large storm doesn't come along, or just a thunderstorm? Summer thunderstorms do this kind of thing. And therefore, the work we've now invested in 2023, is that work to be lost because we didn't finish it properly? That, to me, seems penny wise and pound foolish, because it's just going to cost us more money, and that's what we've been doing. We've not been maintaining our roads properly for a very long time, and that's why the town came with the estimate of $1.2 million a year for 10 years, just to bring the roads back, not to create anything new, bring them back to a normal condition. So I would recommend consideration of this $200,000 to you, because it's actually to save money, not to spend money. And yes, no doubt it has to come from somewhere else. But remember that the 700 number is a reduction made by the selectmen, taking money from that to put somewhere else. So let's just put it back where it belongs. And I ask you to consider that. Thank you.
And Brody?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I just want to point out that this warrant article isn't shifting money from our operating budget. This is money that's raised and appropriated from the taxpayers specifically to pay $700,000 for those specific projects. So the reduction isn't necessarily something that was like a reduction in the budget. It's just a reduction in what the Board of Selectmen, what the Budget Committee have been proposing. My only concern is by adding another $200,000 to this, if you're someone who supports repairing our roads, you may not get it, because I think there's a lot of taxpayers this year that are going to be voting against spending, especially as we, if we start proposing even further increases of spending. So if you don't want to spend more, then you should likely vote against the amendment, so you don't have to spend another $200,000 in taxes. And if you want to at least get $700,000 for road repairs, you should likely vote against the amendment, so it's more likely to pass on the warrant. So it's a tough year, and with the budget that we just discussed, and with the sentiment of the voters in this room, not even considering everyone who's at home watching or didn't have the time to come here, I think if you increase it to $900,000, you're going to increase the likelihood that we're not going to have at least $700,000 to repair our roads. So just something to consider before you vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Suzanne, I had you next, and then this gentleman. She says you can go first.
Thanks, Suzanne. I'm Richard Odell. I also live on Beach Pond Road, so this is not new to me, and I understand this, and I think after having spent a lot of money in 2017 through 2019 on evaluations and looking at the roadway assessment and capital improvement plan that was developed at that point, that had everybody's support at that point, that's $1.2 million a year in this number. Now, I realize that we've taken it down from $1.2 million to $900,000 and then to $700,000. But as Claus says, this is just delaying the expenditure of that money. And it's delaying it and increasing it because the problem is if we don't get to the work, it only gets worse down the road. So I think the $900,000 is absolutely appropriate, and I think we absolutely should pass it.
Suzanne and then John.
Very valid arguments, without a doubt. I would say that there had to be a decision made on what that road budget will be and how many big projects we do. So we took on Port Wedland for $1.2 million. We had to say, we're going to do this big one over here, and then we're going to do some road maintenance annually. And that decision was made, is to make a balance. Not every year are we going to be doing $1 million for roads, which probably should be a little more. But there are other projects that take priority over the annual budget. And I would like to bring to your attention that the overall, we do this every year. I usually argue with David Ford to reduce it because it's always so much, but this time I'm going to say I think it should be reduced because of the $1.2 million for Port Wedland. But I will, as I say, bring to your attention that highways and streets budget is inclusive $2,300,000, I don't have my glasses, $368,673. That's what the highway and street budget is. This is just patching roads and fixing roads and doing that sort of thing. We have highway administration, highway and streets for $1.6 million included. That's all in your budget. That's in the budget. That's in addition to what's in your budget. That's in addition to the 2 million, whatever I said.
2.3.
Yeah. So it isn't like we're not spending money to keep the trucks rolling and keep doing work on the roads. You've got your administration and you've got the annual budget. So I'm not in favor of raising it this year. Now, next year, maybe don't take on a big project for $1 million and increase that.
John, you're looking rather dapper tonight.
John Thurston. I think one of the things we're missing out here on is our lakes and our water quality here, because once we get a road that has a low crown on it, the water washes our roads away, and the fines end up washing in our lake, and we create cyanobacteria and other particulates that aren't good for our water bodies. Everybody knows that the road gets them to their house. So increasing the budget for the roads is a small price to pay for everybody's safety and to maintain water quality in our area. We should approve this increase.
So is there any further discussion on the amendment, which is to increase the $700,000 number to $900,000? All right, seeing none, we'll vote on it. All those in favor of increasing that $700,000 number to $900,000, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. I think the ayes have it. Is there any further discussion on Article 6 as amended? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 7.
Mr. Moderator?
Where's that coming from? Yes, sir.
Procedural question.
Yeah.
Since Article 24 has become Article 6, everything now, including Article 6 that we just
So we can try to do that, and I already did that mental gymnastics in my head. We're going to keep calling them what everybody has in front of them, even though 24 will move in front of. Good point, but staff will handle all of that.
Okay.
So we're going to talk about Article 7. You want me to say really 8, but I'm going to do that once. And that was it. So Article 7, ambulance service evaluation, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 for the purpose of hiring a consultant to evaluate whether the town should operate a fire rescue department based ambulance service, or should maintain contracted ambulance service. The estimated tax rate for 2024 is 1 penny per $1,000 evaluation, recommended by the Board of Selectmen on a 4-to-1 vote. recommended by the Budget Committee on a 6-2 vote. And it's been moved by Linda, seconded by Jim. And Linda, you'd like to start us off?
Yes, I am. This warrant article is being put forth by the Board of Selectmen to have a second set of independent eyes to evaluate whether the town's financial plan to operate its own fire rescue ambulance service is financially sound, or whether it is better to continue to contract its ambulance service with an independent contractor. Many privately owned ambulance services in New Hampshire are going out of business because insurance payments for the ambulance transport from an incident to the hospital have been reduced. In the spring, Stewart's Ambulance Service, which is our contractor, did not respond to the town's request for a multi-year contract. The Board of Selectmen has spent many meetings looking at the option of running its own ambulance service. We came up with a budget, and I hope we can get that all back up on the website for you. And this will give us somebody else to look at it to make sure our figures are correct. This will be a big cost to the town, and I think we need somebody independent to take another look at it. And I'll turn it over to Jim. This is to you.
Thanks, Linda. So as we discussed previously, we use consultants to tell us what we should be doing with our roads on an annual basis. Well, this here is probably one of the bigger decisions that we'll make for our town in coming years, whether or not the fire department should take on ambulance services or whether it should be a contracted service. We did put out an RFP last spring. We received 2 respondents for equivalent service to what we have today. That was going to cost us between $900,000 from one vendor to $1.4 million for the other vendor. At that point, we discussed with the fire department whether or not it made sense for the fire department to take on ambulance services. There is going to be increased capital costs to take on an ambulance service, increased labor costs. While we will create some revenue, it is going to be an expense to the town going forward. Therefore, we are asking for funds to bring in a consultant to give the town a recommendation so that next year when we sit in front of you to have this conversation, we can be informed by a third party as to which direction the town should go with this service. We can try to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions, comments, discussion? Yes, sir.
I didn't introduce myself last time. My name's Sebastian Tordonato. I'm a resident of Wolfeboro. My question's for Linda Murray. You said in your discussion about this that this would be a big cost to the town. What is the cost to the town? Do you have an estimate?
We have, and it probably is up around $1 million plus, but that's what we're not sure of. I'd have to have all the figures in front of me. We want to take the figures that we came to and for doing the fire department, doing the ambulance service. We've got figured out the capital costs, we've figured out the labor and all the benefits. And then we have the estimates going up to 1.4 million and one for 900, and we're going to want to compare them and see which is the best option for the town, whether it's the contracted service or based on our figures, and we want our figures checked to see if our figures and whether that is the best option, knowing that a lot of ambulance service, private ambulance services are going out of business. One town had 1 week, and their ambulance service was discontinued. So we want to come, and I want to be able to say to you, this contract will cost you this. The town running it out of the fire department will cost this in ambulance service, and we'll be able to show that to you as we make a decision on which way to go.
Will the town continue to charge for the ambulance service? In other words,
Yes, it will be. Yes,
it'll be the same kind of charges.
It'll be the same way. It'll go through your insurance, health insurance. Just it'll be the same as what's happening today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Brian?
I talked to multiple towns in the state, and did a little bit of research, and we're not doing anything that's unusual. About 70% of the towns in New Hampshire right now either have their own fire-based service or they contract from a town next to them. Our goal is to spend the least amount of money we can to provide the best service. With the escalation from the private companies that have contracts with us, it probably is going to behoove us eventually to run our own service and provide safety for all the folks in town.
Scott?
I didn't introduce myself either earlier. I'm Scott Moody, lifelong resident. I have a question about, we're talking just Wolfeboro having its own ambulance service. Was there any thought to having like a regional Wolfeboro, Alton, Tuftonboro, Ossipee, things like that? Is there any chance of that?
We have mutual aid, but each of the towns usually have their own ambulance service.
Okay. And second note, I'm usually not a proponent of hiring people to tell us what we should do with our money, because I think most of the time it's a waste of money. However, in this case, I think we should probably hire an independent person to help us with this, because I think it really needs some looking at.
Any further discussion on Article 7? Yes, sir. Jody.
Jody Person. I just see a lot of bright minds. I just don't understand why, between like the fire chief and everybody here, how you can't look at those things and make a decision without spending $20,000 to go with a consulting firm. I think there's enough bright minds running this town that should really save the $20,000. That's my thought.
Sure. Any further discussion?
I don't think so.
All right, seeing none, then I declare that the Article 7 will appear on the ballot as was originally read. Move on to Article 8, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $200,000 for the purposes of engineering a replacement sewer line from South Main Street at Pickering Corner to the Smith River Bridge. The appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 32(7), Roman numeral 6, and shall lapse on December 31, 2025, or upon completion of the project, whichever occurs first. The estimated tax rate impact for 2024 is 8 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. Is unanimously recommended by the Selectmen and the Budget Committee. This has been moved by Luke, seconded by Jim. And Luke, you're going to start us off?
I will. Thanks, Randy. We have an aging infrastructure in Wolfeboro when it comes to water and sewer. And the portion of the water project in the same location will be taking place over the next year. This is the sewer portion of it. Some of the water lines and some of these lines down there predate 100 years old, and they're aging and in need of repair. It's crucial that we continue to maintain our water and sewer. And I'm going to let Steve Randall, Jim Pinio, go over some more of the details with you.
So this is a project to get us lined up to be able to do this project, hopefully in 2026. If everything goes well, we'll be doing the water line this year. This originally came in as a complete streets project. However, our engineers told us that, you're going to have a really difficult time being able to do water, sewer, and stormwater in a single project. Therefore, we broke these out. Water line will be happening this spring and fall. We will be doing the engineering for the sewer line over the coming year. The goal of this project is to align us for state aid grant to be able to pay for a portion of this. And this also tags on to what Mr. Thurston was just talking about, water quality into our lake. Specifics on the project, timeline and whatnot, Steve Randall can speak to. Steve?
So as Jim said, we'll be going out to bid for the water project at the end of this month with hopefully a start of mid-April. That will take us through the 24 season with the hope of either finishing water in spring of 25 and then starting to tackle the sewer in the spring and fall of 2025. That would be phase 2 of a 3-phase project. Any questions?
Any questions, comments on Article 8? Seeing none, I declare the article appear on the ballot as read. Article 9, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $200,000 for the purpose of installing 800 feet of new 8-inch water line between Maplewood and Highland Terrace. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 32.7 Roman numeral 6 and shall lapse on December 31, 2025, or upon completion of the project, whichever occurs first. This project should be paid for by the Water Enterprise Fund and will not result in any increase in the tax rate. The estimated tax rate impact is therefore zero. This has been unanimously recommended by the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen, and it's been moved by Dave Senegal. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jim. And Dave, you want to start us off?
Yeah, this is a project up on North Main Street. If any of you are familiar with Maplewood, runs off of Forest Road. Highland Terrace runs off of North Main Street. You'll see some pictures here in a second that it's a dead-end line, and what we want to do is to loop between Highland Terrace and Maplewood to help the pressure and the circulation of the water in that area. Some of you may remember that years ago there used to be a water tank up on North Main Street, which helped this situation quite a bit. That's been gone for many years. Over the years, we've had to put a bleed on that line in the wintertime in particular so it doesn't freeze. So this will help alleviate that. Will also help to, again, loop the water around so that we get a better flow of water up in that area. Jim?
Yeah, Steve Randall will speak to this. Steve?
So Dave pretty well hit most of it. Just a quick thing, anybody that's been familiar with the Maplewood project that's over the last couple of years, this will not have anything to do with that. We're not digging up any new hot top. This is on the extension. So this will be a whole new line to connect those two, increase pressure, get rid of the bleed, and just an all-around better quality of water.
And we already do have a draft easement plan in place.
Yes, and that project should be happening this summer.
Any further questions or discussion on Article 9? Seeing none, I declare the article appear on the ballot as read. We move on to Article 10. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 for the purpose of engineering a drainage system from Sewell Road down the Jockey Cove Road side of Forest Road to the Carey. That's map and lot 22848. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 32.7 Roman numeral 6 and shall lapse on December 31, 2025, or upon completion of the project, whichever occurs first. Further, to authorize the Board of Selectmen to accept monies as they become available from the federal and state governments or through donations, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to take any other actions or pass any other vote relating thereto, and to authorize the town manager to sign any relating documents. The estimated tax rate for 2024 is 1 cent per $1,000 of valuation. Is unanimously recommended by the Selectmen and the Budget Committee. It's been moved by Linda, seconded by Jim. And Linda, can you start us off?
Yes. The Jockey Cove engineering warrant article will fund an engineered drainage system design from Sewell Road down Forest Road on the Jockey Cove side of the Carey. Jockey Cove has experienced several cyanobacteria outbreaks over the last few years. An engineered drainage system will help reduce the nutrient load going into Jockey Cove. The Wolfeboro Waters Committee supports this warrant article and supports Wolfeboro's effort to address stormwater runoff to reduce the amount of nutrients going into our lakes, ponds, streams, wetland buffers. And Jim, are you going to do this one?
So we could go down here and replace the culvert in kind today. The issue with that is it creates no structures on either side of the culvert to be able to catch sediment and improve water quality. So we are required to go in front of DES with engineered plans to be able to do a replacement culvert and put in structures on either end. This is a depiction of the area in question. To the right of the screen, you will see a green area. That is a wetlands area, and then you'll see a yellow line. That is the existing culvert, which will be replaced. To the right side where it interfaces with the green, there'll be a structure put there. There will also be a structure replacement to the area of red to the left, and then a replacement pipe going into the lake. This is been encouraged by some of the abutters in the area. We've received support from the Wolfeboro Waters Committee, the Board of Selectmen, and any further questions about the project itself can be addressed to Steve Randall.
Any questions, comments? You're getting tired. You're getting sleepy. So there being no further discussion, I declare the article as read on the ballot, will be as read on the ballot. Moving on to Article 11.
Move to reconsider.
All right, it's been moved that we not reconsider all prior articles and amendments. Is there a second to that? Good. All those in favor of not reconsidering any of those prior articles or amendments, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, we won't reconsider anything prior to Article 11 nor Article 24. Moving on to Article 11, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $400,000 for the purpose of replacing the 2014 Municipal Electric Department ME3 bucket truck and associated equipment. The amount of $400,000 shall be funded by the Electric Enterprise Fund. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 32.7 Roman numeral 6 and shall lapse on December 31, 2025 or upon completion of the project, whichever occurs first. This project shall be paid for by the Electric Enterprise Fund and will not result in any increase in the tax rate. The estimated tax rate impact is therefore zero. This is unanimously recommended by the Selectmen and Budget Committee. And it's been moved by Brian. And is there a second? Okay, it's been seconded. And Brian, you want to start us off?
So, time for a feel-good moment. We have the lowest electric rate in all of New England. We've had the same electric rate for the last 16 to 17 years. All the wonderful things that we see happen in town, new lights down the Bridge Falls path, having our complete electrical system upgraded, doesn't cost us anything because our magnificent director of our electric department manages to squeeze every penny out and do all this with our lowest electric rate in New England. This truck is to add to his fleet and replace an old aging truck, and again, it will cost the taxpayers $0. So with that, Barry will explain
All right, thank
his
you.
warrant article.
That was a lovely introduction, Brian. Thank you very much. What else can I say? All right, so this is one of our two primary used vehicles, 2 bucket trucks. Obviously, we use it daily for emergency response, construction, maintenance. And if you take a December like we had with those storms, you will see how critical it is on a daily basis. It's approaching 10 years old. We try to do these on a 10-year cycle typically. So we're getting up there. Right now, there's 2-year lead times on a new truck, so it'll probably be 2026 before we actually get it. Again, it's getting up there in age. We try to do a 10-year cycle. We have built the cost of these trucks into our existing electric rate. So we've known about these costs. We've built these in. There won't be any change in your electric rate because of it. And I'm just outlining some of the conditions of the truck right here. But appreciate your support. Any questions? I'd be happy to answer.
Any discussions on Article 11? Brody.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. You can
Brody,
relay
you're
it.
up
I
if
don't.
you want to get up.
I just was wondering about what percentage of our electric rate goes towards equipment like this.
So if you assume $100,000 typically represents 1/10 of 1 cent of your electric rate.
Yeah.
So in something like this, 4/10 of 1 cent
That's pretty
would
low.
be part of that.
Thank you.
Any further discussion or comments on Article 11?
Told you, he squeezes pennies out of our rate to buy
All right, seeing none, I declare the article appear on the ballot as read. We'll move on to Article 12, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 for the purpose of purchasing a new Parks and Recreation tractor with attachments. The estimated tax rate Impact for 2024 is 4 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. This is recommended by the selectmen on a 3-2 vote, not recommended by the Budget Committee on a 6-2 vote. It's been moved by Luke. Is there a second? It's been seconded. So Luke, you want to start us off?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, I'm going to ask you to support $100,000 for a tractor for Parks and Rec, and let me tell you why. In a large family, there's hand-downs, and if you're the 5th kid in the family, you get the hand-downs. And I don't know how many, it was probably 6 or 7 years ago, I remember asking Christine, what do you need to make, Christine Collins is our Park and Recreation Director. I said, what do you need to make this department better? You need to come to us and say what you really need. And so about a year and a half ago, Jim Upanis, who does maintenance now for Parks and Rec, went over there, and they really started doing a lot more things when it came to maintenance. And we got an aging tractor that was handed down from Public Works that is requires a lot of work, and it's really not getting the job done. If you're not familiar, I mean, not only does Parks and Rec take care of the Abenaki facility and the Pop Whalen facility, but our 3 beaches, our parks get mowed by Parks and Rec, clean up in the spring and fall, cemeteries. There's a lot of infrastructure and a lot of moving parts for a fairly small town department. They do a lot. And this tractor will go a long way in enabling them to better service those things. And to point out just a couple things, it'll allow Parks and Rec to take on more projects, beach cleanups, beach repair, spring and fall cleanups. It'll also cut down Parks and Rec has a rental component to their budget every year, and this will cut down and remove most of that rental cost that they go with on as opposed to owning it. And finally, snow removal at the Pop. With the new building, there's a lot more snow that comes off that roof, and it comes off very quickly because it's a metal roof. The venue is very busy. The success of that venue is incredible. If you haven't been up there, it's a phenomenal place. On a weekend, there's barely enough parking between the mountain and the Pop and Ice Arena. Moving snow around, keeping the snow out of the parking lot, and keeping the area safe and functional is key. And this unit, though it costs $100,000, will enable them to do that. And I'm going to pass it over to Christine Collins.
Christine?
Thank you. I have Jim Aponis here, who's my foreman, who actually is going to speak upon it because he is the one who will be using the tractor. So I just want you to hear what he has to say.
Jim Aponis, Parks and Rec foreman. Luke, thank you. That was a great job. And just to clarify a little bit about what Luke said is we actually take care of 5 parks, 3 beaches, 1 skate park, 1 multi-use trail, 2 playgrounds, Abenaki ski area, Pop Whalen Arena, 33 town-owned cemeteries, 3 conservation areas, and we maintain median strips and gardens and other public properties throughout the town of Wolfeboro. Overseeing this much property should be convincing enough that Parks and Rec deserves the proper equipment to do their job. A tractor is a need, not a want. I'll just give you like 3 examples of what a tractor would do for us. It would create a safer working environment. It would make us more efficient and more productive. I'll just give a couple examples of, we listed all the properties that we deal with. Can you imagine going around to all those properties and how you get things into your truck is with a trash barrel or a landscape barrel? All those properties. You're climbing in and out of the vehicle, dumping that barrel, and then you're going to climb out, and it's a serious safety fall hazard. And 3 of us are in our 60s, so And I don't look forward to that, somebody falling and getting hurt. And as far as being efficient, it's just the way we operate. I mean, we use pitchforks to do this. It's just, if you have a tractor, you can load the tractor bucket, put it into the truck. Nobody's climbing in and out. And whether you're dealing with brush, you get a truck full of brush, you're up on the top, jumping on it, trying to push it down. You're bouncing. If you had a tractor, you could sit there and you could push it down. And just everything would be safer, and even the productivity. There was so many more things we can do. And the example of that I'll give is we store loam, stone dust, bark mulch, and gravel up at the town yard. So when we want to go and put out mulch or stone dust, we have to rely on somebody else to have a loader there and available for us to load our trucks. With the damage that the highway had to deal with this past spring and summer, all their loaders are on the north side of Wolfeboro. So I had all this product stockpiled, wanting to do jobs, but no way to load my truck. It's not a fun way to try to operate a department. So a tractor would make us a self-sustaining department, and just would appreciate your support. And again, I've been new here over there, and we have gone without a tractor, and could we continue to manage without one? Yes, but we're not working safely, we're not working efficiently, and we're not being as productive. And as one board member stated at one time, he says, there's never a good year. And that's probably true. So if we don't move at one point, we're going to eventually have to move. So again, I'd appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, you want to follow up?
Jim, quick question, Jim and Christine. Do you have a trailer to move that tractor around?
We do not have a tractor. We would be able to move it around drive it around to the properties.
Okay.
No.
Any further questions or discussion? Suzanne, and then you, sir.
And Brian, just to say, we could always use a highway trailer if we had to move it further then, but we'd be moving in a close proximity. And we could leave it down in an area for a week or so if we're doing a project, so it's not going back and forth.
Suzanne?
Yeah, so it sounds like you're going to be driving it over to Cary Beach or Albee Beach and over to the cemetery, driving it up the road. Oh, no, next year they'll ask us for the trailer. The thing that I would like to hear, I presume maybe the town manager has it, the spec sheet on that Kubota.
So this is just a representation. This would have to go out to bid. Jim would be able to speak to the size of the tractor that they're looking at. This is just a representation of a similar type of size tractor. Jim?
Yes, right now we're looking at like a 60, 65 horsepower enclosed cab tractor, which is similar to what the New Holland was. It's actually a little bit smaller than that.
Air conditioned?
It'll have heat. I think heat's more important, but an air conditioner, I guess, being an enclosed tractor would be nice.
Yeah. Well, did we not place the Pop Whalen on the same or close to the same footprint where the building was?
Yeah. Except for the locker rooms.
Pretty much?
Except for on the back, on the other side.
All right. But it's east, west, north, south is pretty much the way it was. It's a metal roof. We had a metal roof before. So the argument about, well, all the snow comes off the building. Well, the snow always came off the building. It's nothing new. Get a snow blower. And when it's appropriate, I'll make a motion.
Susan, just to...
I would make a motion to zero out 100,000 to zero.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded to reduce the 100,000 down to zero, which effectively would kill this. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing no discussion. John?
This is a back saver, you guys. I mean, these guys need a piece of equipment. The thing's got a 1-yard bucket. It's a reliable tractor. They'll have that thing for 15 years. I mean, that thing's a quality piece of equipment. You guys are cutting your hand off to spite your face. Somebody could get hurt easily, what he was just telling you about, or getting in a truck. It's $100,000 just to save somebody's back. Come on, let's step up.
And Brody, or Steve, you want to speak on the amendment? We're only on the amendment.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead if you're on the amendment.
So the amendment, I'm just pointing out that it was not recommended by the Budget Committee, 6-2, and barely squeaked by on the Selectmen, 3-2. So there's obviously some things to consider. This may not be the best way. And the problem with expenditure, spending money, is everything has its good side. And it's so easy just to say, yeah, we got to get everything, and then we end up in the hole that we get into. So just wanted to point that out.
All right. Brody?
Thank you, Brody DeShays. I ditto what Steve Johnson just said. I just want to point out when I walked in here, my taxes were going to increase by about $384. If we don't make any changes, I'd walk out and it would have gone up to $408. And I agree with Steve. It's very easy to just nickel and dime and say 4 cents per thousand evaluation here, 8 cents here, 5 cents here. When it adds up over a decade, now I understand why people don't like to vote and come to these things, because they show up and they leave and their taxes have gone up. And then they go to the polls and everyone has supported all the warrant articles based on the recommendations. I think the best bit of input on this warrant article is one of the Budget Committee members said, I've lived in this town my entire life, and we've had that Pop Whale and Ice Arena there for 40 plus years. We've never needed a tractor. So why do we need one now? And I think there's some wisdom to that, so thank you.
I would just say on that, Brody, is that the pitch of the roof of Pop Whalen is a lot higher than the other roof was, and so that's why we're seeing the snow coming off the roof. We hadn't seen that in previous years because the pitch wasn't as high.
And Julie, and you did want to speak as well.
Hi, Julie Jacobs. I have a question. Didn't we used to have a tractor? And are we currently renting when we need one? Should we maybe look at a lease option? Would leasing it for a year or two be a better idea than just flat out purchasing? Maybe we should think about all options and not just say zero, because obviously there's a need.
As far as a tractor, we never full-time had a tractor. We did get use of Highway's tractor pretty much when they weren't using it. And most of the time it was in the wintertime. But that tractor is on its way out. It will be traded in for another piece of equipment. So we will not have that option.
So, sir?
Yeah, my question is, the warrant article was for the tractor and attachments. What attachments are you looking to procure with the tractor?
Obviously, it'll come with a front bucket, a York rake, a set of forks, a snow blower, and a snow pusher.
Snow blower PTO driven?
Yes.
In the back?
Yes.
And the forks, do they attach to the bucket, or do you have a quick attach?
Be a quick attach.
Quick attach. Okay. I don't usually agree with John Thurston, but...
So let me just interrupt. Sir, right up here.
Yeah, this is a...
Try to be nice. I know you weren't being...
This is, in fact, a work saver. I've had tractors. In fact, I had a big property in Virginia. I had 3 tractors. The reason I had 3 tractors is because I didn't like to change the implements. So I put them on and leave them. But I could do a lot of work by myself, and typically I was by myself, with a tractor. If I had to do it by hand, forget it. I'd be there for months. So I agree with you. It's a work saver. The only problem I see with this warrant article is you have no way to transport it. Okay, I mean, you could drive it up and down the streets and whatever, but if you're going to all the 35 properties that you mentioned, you're going to be driving it instead of using it. So you really need to, you know...
We will have access to a highway trailer.
Yeah, figure out a way to transport it. And to answer your question, it's a 60 horsepower, hydrostatic, four-wheel drive, and that does have air conditioning in the cab. If you don't have air conditioning, make sure you get it, because you'll sweat your off in the summer.
That's a TMI.
Thank you. Sir?
Hi, my name is Justin Martin, Wolfeboro resident as well. I just happened to wear the hat today, no chance by this. I own an L series myself. I maintain my 20 acres as well as my place as well as my rental. The tractor, by far, I could not own my property without a tractor. It's from firewood to plow. I have a half-mile driveway. From plowing all that, it'd be impossible. So I definitely agree the use of a tractor, absolutely. My concern is, so is it a 60 horse you're looking at, or is that still kind of up in the air?
Yeah, it was a 60 horsepower.
All right, because 60 horse is not a small tractor. Mine's a 37. So is there any way that maybe if you could dial back, because as the ratings go up, obviously the price goes up, or is there any way you could dial back the horsepower to maintain it? Because a tractor at all is great. I hate for you to lose the ability to get the tractor because you went too big. I think someone here mentioned like increasing it may scare the voter away. If you were to dial it down a little bit, they'd be like, okay, maybe this is something that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one that we looked at is the one that would be what we need, with especially dealing with the snow at the Pop Whalen and things like that. I mean, you need a good-sized tractor.
Yeah.
And that would accommodate and work on everything else that we need to do. But if people aren't aware of what the Pop Whalen is, I mean, we have highway occasionally come over with their largest piece of equipment, and they spend hours over there cleaning up. So the tractor that we get will work, but it's going to take time to do it also.
All right, yeah,
So-
that would just be my recommendation. Dial back on the horsepower a little. I mean, I do 37 horse, mine's a 37 horse. It's a 2001 9-foot plow and a backhoe, and it works fine. I can understand going up a little bit, but a 60, 65, that's a large piece of machinery for a tractor. So that would be my recommendation. We just dialing it down a little bit. Thank you.
All right, Jody?
Let me make this quick. Jim, I've known you a long time. We're friends. Hopefully we'll be friends after this. No, is Old Blue really dead? The blue, it's a Holland, right? The tractor, is it dead? Is it not working?
Well, if Steve doesn't mind, would you like to speak on it? Because I think you've talked with Ben more about it, but
Well, anyways,
what I have been
let's just-
told, yes, it's on its way out. It needs like $13,000 plus to just get it.
So it's not usable right now?
We're not even using it now.
It didn't get used anywhere for the
It's
last
been
year?
picked up and taken back, so we can't use it because hoping for some trade-in value on it. And if
Because
we
the
keep
highway
it, we'll have no
department's-
value.
Highway department's getting a new tractor, right?
They're getting a skid steer, I believe.
You're getting a new one, right? I'm
I
a
knew
little
he'd be
confused here.
involved. So we are doing away with the tractor. We are getting a skid steer that, this will come up
Okay,
here
skid
shortly.
steer,
but
yeah.
We're getting a skid steer that we're partnering with the water department on.
Okay, my idea was just if Old Blue was repairable, to give
Right.
it to them, and
The initial estimate is $13,000 to fix it.
what's wrong with it?
Transmission is gone.
The transmission's
And
gone?
the sensors are in it. Yeah, the transmission, the gearing, and the sensors are all gone.
Okay.
So-
13,000 is a lot different than 100,000, but
But you still have a $4,000 tractor after you put $13,000 in it. It has a lot of other issues as well.
yeah. Well, that's all I get to say.
All right, so we still have an amendment on the floor. Okay, John?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I was one of the folks that voted against this tractor. I think the Parks and Rec does an excellent job. But we're getting to become a town of, we can't share. We don't share anything anymore. Some are going to have the same piece of agreement, but because it's part of the water department, it's a part of this department, we don't want to share anymore. And as I recall, I don't think Brewster Beach or Cary Beach or the beach over Lake Woodworth has got any bigger. They got the lifeguards have raked it out. It's not Hampton Beach. We're going to have a big yacht rake going back across the beach. And I just think that they can put off for another year. We can deal with this next year. The winter's almost over, and there's plenty of other equipment that they can borrow to get us through this year. And I don't think now's the time to buy a new tractor. I think it should be put off for another year, and that's just the way I feel about it. I think they still got a little fight left them over there to pick stuff up and put in the back of the truck. But this town has been very generous over the past years with the Parks and Rec, and I don't think it's reasonable to ask them to maybe use a couple of rubbish buckets to load the leaves in the back of the dump truck for another year until we can get a better grasp on the finances. Thank you.
Yeah, so the question's been moved. We have thoroughly discussed this. We have an amendment on the floor, and that is whether we should reduce the sum of $100,000 to zero. So I'll ask for a vote on just the amendment. If you say yes, then you'll be moving it from $100,000 to zero. If you vote no, then it will stay at $100,000. So those in favor of the amendment, which is to move it to zero, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
I think the noes have it unless somebody wants a hand count. All right, so we'll do a hand count. Those in favor, I'm going to do this quickly. Just put your hands up with the cards. That's not very many. This is in favor of the amendment, so put those down. Those that are opposed. All right, the opposed clearly have it. So the amendment fails. It stays at $100,000. Is there any further discussion on Article 12? Seeing none, I declare the article will appear on the ballot as it was originally read.
Thank you, everybody, for your support. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jim. Moving on to Article 13. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $74,000 for the purchase of a police cruiser replacement vehicle and ancillary vehicle equipment with $3,000 from the Police Detail Revolving Fund created by Article 23 in 2006, which is accumulated from special details with the remainder to come from general taxation. The estimated tax rate impact 2024 is 3 cents per $1,000 evaluation. It's unanimously recommended by the Selectmen, recommended by the Budget Committee in a 5-3 vote. It's been moved by Brian, seconded by Mark Levy. And Brian, you want to start us off?
So, looking at the numbers on the police cruisers, they have 2 that had to go out of service because they had extensive rot. They have 2 or 3 that were bought together that are now 10 years old and have $125,000 to $140,000. And then they have a couple right behind that were bought the next year that still also have $125,000. So in the next couple of years, 2 or 3 years, they're going to lose another 5 police vehicles. So I believe that this is something that's necessary. We're getting into a rotation where they replace 1 every year and get on a 10-year cycle so that we won't have to go back to the way we used to do it and wait for a bunch to run out and then buy 2 and 3 at a time, which puts a much bigger hit on your pocketbook. It's better to spread it out even. So if Mark or the chief has any more information, bring it on.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. What this does is, as exactly what he says, it puts it on a 10-year mark, 1 every year. That's the goal for it. As you see, we have 4 cruisers right now that are over 100,000. You really don't want those in direct patrol on an everyday basis there due to the use and the idling that they do have. As he mentioned, the Tauruses have been taken out. The last 2 just went this year in 2023. So this would be the all now Explorers going into effect. So as we keep moving on, the upfitting costs will become cheaper. So this is the last major upfitting, which that includes your radios that we updated the Motorola's. So they're all updated in all the cruisers there. And all the upfitting that's in there, the cages, the seats, everything that's inside that vehicle. Computers, they do transfer back and forth. So A lot of things didn't transfer over due to the Tauruses, and now they're being Explorers. So as we continue on, there should be a decrease in cost as we move forward. Any questions?
Any questions, Bob?
Yeah, just one quick one. Will this purchase get us to the 1-a-year program?
That's the goal, yes. It all depends on that mileage and what the rust comes underneath.
Well, I understand it's the goal, but let's put it down. Are we at the 1-a-year?
Right now, that's what we're going for.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions or discussion?
Yeah, I just have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Right up to the mic, though. You got to come closer.
Okay, Lisa Moody, question regarding the mileage. How many of those cars go home with their officers to their residence?
Right now, the chief, myself, and the lieutenant.
Okay,
And the lieutenant's retiring on Friday.
okay. Just curious
So,
about the.
congratulations to him.
I drive to Portsmouth every day, and I pass cars from Raleigh police, Rowley, Massachusetts, like all the way coming from like Rochester, so it made me wonder about the mileage and, you know,
Yeah.
what.
And the detective, right now, once we get full staff, the detective takes it home too.
Okay, and what's the maximum commute range that you would allow?
Yep.
What's the maximum commuting range that the police department would allow, like, to hire somebody on from? Like, if somebody came from Newburyport, would you let them take the car home and drive back to Wolfeboro?
That would be the chief and commissioner's answer for you, a question that they would have to answer for you. And the chief's just been here for 1 week.
Okay.
So you might want to give him a little time on that, but that
Okay,
could,
something I'll be looking at as
Yeah.
I get more time. I'm hoping to retire and spend some more time on these kind of matters.
Yep.
Brian?
So, Mark, here's a question. How far do the officers now drive, the ones who take the cars home?
I'm about 6 minutes from the PD, so I'm not that far. The chief, he's 28 miles to his things, and the lieutenant, for a couple more days, he's just outside Wolfeboro, so he's not that far away from the town line.
So they're close?
Yes.
Any further comments, discussion? Steve?
Yeah, I just have a question for the Budget Committee, and that is, it was recommended by the Budget Committee 5-3. So there are 3 folks that didn't recommend, and I wonder, seems to me that we've got enough vehicles, and could we put this off another year? Was that some of your thought processes as far as not wanting to recommend? And that anybody can speak to it or not, as the case may be. I just was curious what your thoughts were.
Bob?
Please forgive me, I'm not that good with masks. So I think the police department should run 9 cars. I told the captain that, I told the police department that probably about a year ago. Prior chiefs have used 9 cars. The cars that have over 100,000 miles on them are Explorers, and having over 100,000 miles on them is, I don't think it's a big deal. They all have replacement dates later than 2024, and that's why I made the decision I did. I actually felt that the tractor for the Parks Department was more important than this car. So that's it.
Thanks. Then, with that in mind, I'd like to make a motion. The motion being to zero out the $74,000 for this purchase vehicle and put it on for next year. That's my motion.
Is there a second to that? All right, it's been moved and seconded to reduce the $74,000 to zero. In essence, killing it. Is there any discussion on that? John?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Captain, when are we going to replace the detective's car? He's supposed to get a car, right? What's the schedule for this year for the detective on one of the documents that you gave us?
He takes an older vehicle. That's
Right, but his car was one of the Tauruses, which
Yes.
is no longer. So now he's going to be riding around in a marked expedition?
right now, he's back in patrol.
Okay. How about when you're up to full staff? Will you go back to being a detective or?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering what kind of car he's going to use.
So what happens, he takes one of the high mileage that's in there and takes the stripings off.
So they'll strip
Yes.
it down? Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Any, Sean?
Good evening, everyone. Sean Coop, Arches Road. I'm one of your police commissioners. And I've been in law enforcement within the state of New Hampshire for 30 years, many years at the executive level and in other communities. I can tell you, yearly replacement of cruisers is common practice throughout the state of New Hampshire. Everybody does it. Manchester might do 10 cars a year. Nashville might do 7 cars a year. As someone already alluded to, you can see the mileage 142, 133. Next year, for sure, we'll be asking for 2 or 3 to catch back up again. It's, when I was, running the department I worked at, believe it or not, we actually did 1.5 cars a year, because that's what we needed to do to keep up. So one year we did 1, next year we did 2, and that went on for years. It's an efficient use of public resources. So I think when we look at 9 cars, and we start to look at the mileage, especially where we hear 142, 143, for an emergency vehicle, 142 is getting pretty close. I wouldn't ask these guys to drive a car with 140, 150, 160,000 miles based on how they need these vehicles. They're very important. More, less important in a tractor, I doubt it. So I'd ask that you, consider this. If you have some more questions for Mark, you could ask him. But it's very important that we keep up with the process. This financially, this is the most efficient way to do it.
Mark? Yeah, and I can mention one thing. So we used to have 11 cars in our fleet. We actually went down to 10. We've had 10 for almost all the time that I've been here, because I've been cruising maintenance prior to and while I was in patrol. So we've had that for quite a long time. I believe we had that with Chief Black. So that's been a long time. We've had 10 cars. So we actually went down from 11 to 10, just to let you know.
Claude?
We have the proposal from, or we've heard from one member of the Budget Committee that we should be running 9 cars. That, to me, sounds something worth considering. If we were running 9 cars, the two high mileage cars can be gotten rid of, and we don't need the extra one. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we have an amendment on the floor to reduce the $74,000 number to 0. If you're in favor of that amendment, you would say aye. If you're opposed, you would say no. Those in favor of reducing the $74,000 number to 0, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
I think the noes have it. It stays at 74. Is there any further discussion on Article 13?
Just one minor little thing here. So that last line right there, that trailer, that's a radar trailer. That is not a cruiser, just so you know. So it's a radar trailer. It's not a cruiser.
Thank you. All right, so if you gotta jump up to the microphone, please.
Why does the number go from 6 to 8?
Closer to the microphone, ma'am.
Why does the number skip? So we have plate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but I don't see a 7, and then we go to 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah, the new car will be number 7. So we lost 2 cars this year, and one of those cars was number 7.
Okay.
So that will be the replacement.
Here's car 7.
Okay.
Go.
Yep.
All right, there being no further discussion on Article 13, I declare the article appear on the ballot as read. It's been moved not to reconsider all prior articles. Is there a second? All those in favor of restricting reconsideration of all prior articles, please say aye. Aye. All right. All those opposed? All right, we won't reconsider anything prior to Article 13 and Article 24. Moving on to Article 14.
to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $380,000 to be added to the existing Public Works Vehicles and Equipment Capital Reserve Fund, which is under the custody of the trustees of the trust fund with selectmen designated as agent to expend. The estimated tax rate impact for 2024 is 16 cents per thousand. It's unanimously recommended by the Selectmen and Budget Committee, and been moved by Dave. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Pat Waterman. Dave, you want to start us off?
Yeah, this is a capital reserve fund. We've had these capital reserve funds for many years. And the purpose is to obviously put money away each year as we try to limit the budgets, as you've seen earlier. And this is one of those funds where we put money away, and then when it's anticipated to replace a vehicle, this is the fund that it comes out of. We just did that just this week with a new fire truck. And this is the purpose, so we have the money to pay cash for it when we're ready.
Steve Randall, Public Works. So this year coming up, we're looking to replace 2 vehicles. Here we go. One is our oldest truck. It's 22 years old at this point, HD 7. It's a 6-wheeler. It runs the South Wolfeboro section of town in the wintertime. The other is the tractor that we've been talking about previously. That tractor is going to be a joint purchase with the water department for shared cost. So this capital reserve fund will only cover 50,000 of that, with the other 50 coming out of the water usage fund. What we've done is, I'm sorry, Jim, could you go back one? Yes. So what we've done is we've run this out all the way to 2034. And if you see it, if you can see it, you'll see each year as we put it in to try to keep the pricing from spiking to go up well over $500,000. So it will stay within this $10,000 range pretty much to the end of the decade. We'll put some in, take more out, put some in, take it out. To try to keep our stuff on a 10-year cycle, it actually works out to 11 years, but to get as close to that 10-year cycle, like the electric department, like the police department, to go through. The costs of these vehicles are going up exponentially. We bought a new truck 3 years ago at $180. It is now $280 to replace the same vehicle. And going forward, we're going to just continue to fight that uphill battle. So these are the first 2 in that phase. This truck, 2004, over 150. We've done a motor in it once. We've done a body on it actually twice. And it's just showing its age. Last year, we approached $200,000 in repair costs on equipment. We are at, I believe, close to $30,000 so far this year on February 6th. That's HD 16. That is the New Holland tractor that we are going to get rid of. It's got close to 15,000 hours on it. Transmission is now gone with $13,000 worth of repairs looking into it. Anybody have any questions?
Yes. Any questions on Article 14? Any discussion? Bob and then John.
Quick question. HD 14 and HD 16, are they coming out?
14?
I'm sorry. I beg your pardon.
7 and 16?
HD 7 and HD 16.
So those will both be traded and be replaced with new.
But are they coming out at no cost, assuming this warrant article goes through? Are they part of the 380 for this year?
Yes, that's what the 380 is for.
Thank you.
John?
Thank you, Randy. So this year, we're going to buy 3 new tractors at $100,000 apiece.
How do you see 3?
There's one in the budget, right? There's one Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec is 1 tractor.
And then this one.
That's 2. Where's the
Yeah,
third?
but isn't the one here in the Capitol for a tractor?
No. I don't have.
That's the
That's
50% of the
50,000.
water fund.
Is that the 50,000?
That's 50,000 from the water fund. The 50,000 from the water fund and 50,000 from the Public Works Capital Reserve is for the same machine.
Okay, good.
Yep.
And can I just show a follow-up, Mr. Moderator?
Sure.
The blue tractor, the Ford, that's been over to the Parks and Rec all winter long.
Correct. Well, it was. It's not there anymore.
Okay.
We had to tow it back.
Why do we need it? Why do you need it if we can sit over there all winter long?
Because it's always been used for them for the winter. What we're doing now with sharing with the water, that machine is actually going to spend its life at the water plant in the winter.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd like to add one more thing if I could. So this capital reserve, we're talking about these two vehicles for the highway department, but this capital reserve covers the solid waste department, which has over $1 million worth of equipment between two compactors, the balers, the skid steers, and the public works garage, which services over 100 pieces for the town that has about $500,000 worth of equipment. All that comes out of this fund.
And any further discussion on Article 14? Yes, sir.
So I have a question. I don't know, maybe it's just a misnomer on the capital reserve fund. When I hear capital reserve, I assume that it's money being saved for some time in the future. But the way you describe it, it seems like it's money being paid now for expenses that are being accumulated now, and you're going to have them again in the future, so you accumulate them every year, you spend it every year. So my question is there not a capital part in the operating budget?
So what this is, so for instance, this year, the ask is 380. I'm going to spend 325 because next year I'm going to ask for 380 or whatever the number is, and I'm probably going to spend 400. And then, so there will always be money in there for the years that I need to spend. When I have to replace something that costs, $450,000 for a 10-wheeler, for example, I'm not going to come and ask for 450. I want to ask for 380. So this year I'll spend less. Next year I'll ask for the same, and so on and so forth down for the next decade.
I guess that's where my confusion is. When I hear the word reserve, I feel like you're getting it and you're going to hold it until sometime 10 years down the road when you might need it. But you're not. You're actually spending it.
No, there will be a portion, like I said. So I'm going to ask for 380 this year, but I'm going to spend
Yeah, you're going to spend
325.
320.
Yes. So the leftover will roll over to next year.
Yeah.
Roll over to the following
Where you're going to
year.
spend 400.
Right, but I'm going to ask for 380. So I'm going to save, I'm going to save 50. I'll take 20 of that next year. There'll be 30 to roll over for the following year.
It's not a long-term reserve is what I'm getting at.
It's probably a 3-year cycle, roughly, and it'll always hover in that 30 to 50 range.
My original question is, in the operating budget, do you not have a capital expenditure, a line item for your department?
No.
So this is the only way you get to buy new equipment?
Correct. Other than shovels or chainsaws.
Okay.
This is the only thing for capital is this. So without this, we can't replace anything.
Okay, thanks. That clarifies it.
All right. Any further discussion on Article 14? Seeing none, I declare that the article will appear on the ballot as read. We have 5 more capital reserve funds basically in a row that are pretty much the same thing. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to the existing building maintenance capital reserve fund, which is under the custody of the trustees of the trust funds with selectmen designated as agents to expend this capital reserve fund. The estimated tax rate impact for 2024 is 2 cents per $1,000 of assessed valuations, unanimously recommended by the Budget Committee as well as the selectmen. It's been moved by Brian, seconded by Jim. And Brian, you want to start us off?
So, so we know, in the last 13 to 14 years in Wolfeboro, we've built $100 million worth of buildings. We've built our school, our middle school and high school. We've built our library. We redid this building. We did the Pop Whalen. It's $100 million worth of buildings. $40 million in bonds. There's our long-term debt. With these buildings, we need to maintain them. $50,000 is not a lot of money to maintain all these new buildings that we've built. Plus, I believe, Steve will tell, we have 30 or 31 or something total buildings in the town that we need to maintain. We use this money wisely for repairs when we need them. Here's an example. We had the clock tower that had slate shingles fall off of it. I was lucky enough to be at the Castle on Clouds and found a guy who would repair our roof, And he came and he did it for $12,000 when we had a quote to have it done for $900,000. So we use this money wisely. And we need to maintain our 30 buildings in town. And Steve can give you a little bit more specifics on what we use the money for exactly.
So I actually have it, Brian, but that's okay. So as Brian said, we maintain 31 buildings in the town. This is a capital reserve fund. It's our savings account for when things happen, heating systems, roof problems, et cetera. Currently, we have $51,000 in this account. We're asking for another 50 to keep this fully funded. And this particular warrant article, we just can't spend the money. The Board of Selectmen are actually agents to expend. Therefore, if a department has an issue with a heating system or something, they would come to me. We would go to the Board of Selectmen and we'd ask to be able to expend money from this account so they can keep their operations as solid as they possibly can. We can answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions or discussion on Article 15?
Move to restrict.
So I declare that the article appear on the ballot as read. We'll just move right on to Article 16, which is the Water Resources Non-Capital Reserve Fund, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to the existing non-capital reserve fund, which are under the custody of the trustees of the trust funds with the selectmen as agent to expend this non-capital reserve fund. The estimated tax rate impact is 2 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. Been unanimously recommended by the selectmen, and it's been moved by Linda Murray. Is there a second? Been seconded. Linda, you want to start us off?
Yeah, the Water Resource Non-Capital Reserve Fund allows the town to save funds to address water quality issues and support watershed management plans. The Wolfeboro Waters Committee is monitoring 7 projects to ensure that the best management practices are used and that the most effective filtration system will be included. The project being monitored at this time are the upgrade to the Route 28 drainage system, a solution to the Beaver Pond washout on Russ Pond, a solution to the stormwater runoff in the Kingswood Acres area, a stormwater runoff issue affecting Whitegate Road. All of these future projects may use funds from the Water Resource Non-Capital Reserve Fund. This is an important fund. The quality of our lakes is essential. We, this last summer, had multiple cyanobacteria outbreaks throughout the lakes in the town, and the nutrient load going in from the storms help feed the cyanobacteria. So the more that we can do to infiltrate and to do projects like Port Wedland, we will keep the health of our lakes. There was one lake in New Hampshire this summer had 100 days with a cyanobacteria outbreak. We do not want that to happen in Wolfeboro.
Any discussion on Article 16? Mike?
Getting old. I was on the Capital Improvements Program Committee when Dave Ford recommended this as an item. I voted against it at the time. I'm against it now. I was against it last year when we funded it. Also, I was against it principally because it doesn't seem to have a particular purpose. It's like a little bucket into which we throw $50K in the hopes of making sure that our water resources will be, quote, protected, unquote, but I haven't heard anything other than monitoring of various programs, and I'm not sure how much monitoring costs, that would suggest that money has been expended. I'd like to know how much is currently in the Water Resources Capital Reserve Fund, how much do you anticipate eventually funding it with, and what's the money going to be spent on?
Okay,
Thank
right
you.
now there's 136,000. We have the Route 28 project happening, they said in 2024, then it moved to 2025. Now I think it's at 2026. It's a state project. They are talking about some retention basins, not all retention basins. And so we probably will use some of the money from this fund to help with the retention basins. We have a 319 grant for Russ Pond. We put $23,000 towards that out of this fund. We will probably need to pay for some kind of a solution, which we can use some of this money for. We have used some money to deal with the Whitegate Road situation. We put $40,000 towards the engineering of the section where the Lake Winnipesaukee Association has a grant to one point, and we're paying for the engineering up higher, heading up towards Partridge Road. And those are the ones I can remember on the top of my head. But we have projects coming up. We worked with the public safety building, and we were able to get in there a filtration system in the front. There was one planned in the back. So we look at these projects. We make sure that we can get the best filtration systems in, and if there isn't enough money, we add money to make it happen.
Any further questions or discussion? Yes, sir.
Rich Massey. Linda has referred a couple of times to the Wolfeboro Waters Committee. That committee is a committee of residents of Wolfeboro appointed by the Board of Selectmen. I believe there are about 10 of us now. And the role of that committee is to research issues related to water quality and then provide advice to the selectmen with regard to decision-making on those projects. The projects that Linda just described are some of the projects that this committee researches and reviews. The other thing is, a lot of us may not be aware, but since about 2010, the town has received several $100,000 in grants from the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And the way those grants work is NHDES agrees to fund those projects at 60%. The remaining 40% is the responsibility of the partners for those projects. Typically, those have been the lake associations, very often the Wentworth Watershed Association, and the town of Wolfeboro. They need to make up that other 40% of the project cost. Now, some of the time, the town can do that with administrative work, which counts towards its 40%. But that isn't usually typically enough. And so the rest of that 40% is usually shared in cash by the Lake Association, taking its money out of its own budget, and the town. This fund is where the town would get that matching money. And without that money, it handicaps the ability of the town to accept that 60%, those grants from the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. As I said, over the period between 2010 and 2022, we accepted as a town several $100,000 in money from New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. Looking forward, we have projects, as Linda mentioned, at Russ Pond. We have a major project on Wolfeboro Bay, which is in the process of finishing up its first phase. In the coming years, the town and Lake Winnipesaukee Association and New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services will look forward to new projects to protect the town's surface waters, its lakes and its streams. In order to participate in those projects, the town will need to come up with some matching funds. This particular non-capital reserve fund is where that money would come from. So I would urge you to approve it.
Any further discussion on Article 16? Seeing none, I declare the article will appear on the ballot as read. Moving on to Article 17, which is the Abenaki Ski Area Capital Reserve Fund, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be added to the existing Abenaki Capital Reserve Fund, which is under the custody of the trustees of the trust funds, with selectmen designated the agents to expend. The estimated tax rate impact for 2024 is 1 cent per $1,000 assessed valuation. It's unanimously recommended by the selectmen and the Budget Committee. This has been moved by Dave Senecal, seconded by Chuck Smith. And we'll start off with Dave, then Chuck, and then Ann.
Okay, again, this is a capital reserve fund. This is used at Abenaki Ski Area, particularly in reference to replacing of the groomer and other amenities, snowmaking equipment, and so forth. Right now, we have approximately $79,000 in this account. And I think that if Chuck has any information on this.
Chuck?
You go to the next screen. So as you can see, we've welded the frame again for the 4th time this year. And in the front, you'll also notice, not a good picture, but we welded the plow back on as well. That's all I got. Any questions?
I got you.
My turn?
Ann?
Thank you, Randy. I'm really out of my realm. I'm actually speaking for a fellow concerned citizen who has some important questions. Dave actually answered one of them, that there is now $79,000 in the reserve fund. Apparently, over the years, there's been $194,500 accumulated. A new groomer is $250,000. Am I right on that? Tell me if I'm wrong. So
he's going to answer that one.
No, a new groomer is close to $400,000. We're looking at a used one.
for
$400,000.
a used one for $4.
No, a used one is around $2. A new one
Okay.
is $4.
Okay, so with $79,000 and another $25,000, how are we going to get there?
Well, we'd have to do some fundraising, and also I'm looking at lease to buy and rent to buy.
So of that cumulative amount, where did that money go? Where has the capital reserve fund been expended?
Can you go back to the next screen, Jim? So we did buy, last year we used some of the money to buy some lights for the ski area, and then the year before was snowmaking.
So under the discussion Mr. Hodder started, and we've discussed other capital reserve funds, Steve discussed them. This is so we can buy equipment, but it seems like this is being depleted for the big ticket items, by smaller ticket items. Am I right?
No. Those items are identified in the plan
Okay.
for replacement. Originally, we were hoping to be able to get to 2026 before we replace the groomer. However, we have had a terrible year with that machine, and we're in dire straits with it. It is costing us a lot of money to repair it. We did go into a partnership with the lights, which were expanded. I think that did cost us $40,000 out of this account. And if I remember correctly, 2 years ago, we bought a gator for the Abenaki ski area. I don't recall the estimated price of that, but that was purchased the same year.
Linda?
Yeah. This capital reserve fund was created after all the wonderful donations from the Friends of Abenaki. They were the original purchasers of the groomer and gave it to us. They've done the snowmaking. And so this is the way for the town to save money to replace some of those donated items. And here we are with one of the largest ones they donated is the groomer. And so we've been trying to save, but if we needed to repair or do other things, we did them. But this is for us because we've gotten huge amounts of gifts from them.
I totally understand this.
That's why it's here.
I think there was a conception, or actually there was a point made a number of years ago that the fund would be used towards the groomer because of the huge expense that was going to hit us down the road.
But it was for all those things. Same thing with snowmaking. When it was established, it was for all of the donated equipment and what Abenaki needed.
I think there's some minutes that my fellow citizen has referred to that I will share with you, okay? That state that there was specificity towards the groomer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I declare that Article 17, as read, will appear on the ballot. We'll move on to Article 18. It's been moved before we get to 18 not to reconsider any prior articles, which would be everything prior to Articles 17 and prior, as well as 24. Has that been seconded?
Second.
All those in favor of not reconsidering all articles prior to Article 17 and 24, please say aye. Aye. All right, and all those opposed, so that carries. Thank you. On to Article 18, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be placed in the existing tree removal and replacement expendable trust fund, which are under the custody of the trustees of trust funds with the selectman designated as agent to expend. The estimated tax rate impact is 1 cent per $1,000 assessed valuation. Unanimously recommended by the selectmen, recommended by the budget committee, and a vote is 7-1. It's been moved by Brad Harriman, and do we have a second on that?
Second.
Been seconded, and Brad, you want to start us off?
Yes, thank you. Last year, the voters supported establishing an expendable trust with $125,000. Everyone has probably noticed the removal of the diseased and dying trees along South Main Street this past summer and fall. There's still a large number of trees to remove this year and in the many years to come. So I ask you to support this warrant article. I'll turn this over to our Public Works Director, Steve Randall.
Steve?
So as Brad said, we started out here at Pickering Corner, worked our way down South Main, out Pleasant Valley Road, and we spent close to $80,000 to get through that area.
Correct.
They've decided to add 25 this year, so we're going to continue down Middleton Road and try to get all of South Wolfeboro done in 2024. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or discussion on Article 28? Yes, ma'am. You've been quiet tonight.
For a change, huh? You mean Article 18. So could you tell us how many trees were removed last year?
No. I couldn't put a number on it.
Could you tell us how many trees were replanted to start replacing?
0. That one I do know.
Okay.
So we have, in part of this for next year, we've identified a few in a couple of the parks that we took down that we're going to replace. All the ones along South Main, we are not going to replace due to the construction from DOT that is going to happen in the next couple of years. So we don't want to put in trees that they're going to turn around and rip out. So for the next couple of years, we will work on taking down the dead and diseased trees, and then hopefully that construction project will flip. We'll be able to come back in and replant new.
Well, I mean, okay, and so Bartlett tells you what's diseased. Do we ever get a second opinion about whether, because I know different companies and different experts, maybe somebody that doesn't have an investment in taking trees down, do we ever get a second opinion?
So I believe that was looked at by so that was before my time, but I believe that was looked at by the tree warden and confirmed the process.
Do we have a tree warden?
Yes.
Yes.
Who is that?
Kurt Titus.
Okay, so he looks at the trees as well as Bartlett. Okay.
Bartlett Trees did the thing. Bartlett Trees has not taken down the town trees. They're two separate.
Correct.
So the person who did the survey are not taking down our town trees.
And we have our own tree warden, so we get 3 eyes on it.
Okay, I'm sure you know the benefit of having trees in the city. And it's kind of shocking, the number of trees that came down last year. And I totally get your point about not planting where you think we're going to be doing construction. But the path, at the beginning of the Bridge Falls path, I mean, a lot of trees came down there. And I would like to see, because this fund is a little deceptive because you're calling it tree removal and replacement, but I'm not hearing that we're doing any replacement. And I'd like to see that we start doing replacement so that we're not just waiting to take everything down. We have some new things coming up because that's going to help filtrate stormwater. That's going to hit our energy, and that's going to make our town more beautiful. So I'm wondering if we can split this budget or amend this and say 15 goes towards taking tree removal, and 10 we dedicate specifically for replacement, just to try to keep the focus on that.
I think Steve's going to speak on this now, but the issue that we had to deal with is so many trees died so quickly.
I know the ash borer is a real problem.
And the hemlocks.
Okay.
And it was a safety issue to get these trees that were completely dead down. So they didn't take down wires, they didn't fall on streets, they didn't fall on, people's properties. So that was the key. I think this year, aren't we starting the planting this year?
We are going to start some planting, like I said. We have taken some down in some of the parks down through. We will go back through in the spring in conjunction with Parks and Recs. We've already talked about this, to replant some. You're not going to notice them on South Main.
Are we replanting back along the path? So are you saying we will start replanting this year?
Yes, we are going to start replanting. We don't have it broken down per dollar amount. What we will do is sit down here soon. We will come up with a plan for replanting, figure out what that's going to be, balance out with what we have left to continue.
Does the replanting come from this amendment? Then may I make a motion to amend this amendment, this article?
You surely can.
And I'd like to move that we split this amount, 15 for removal and 10 for replacement, which it sounds like you're already going to do, but maybe it keeps our focus on that.
All right, so it's been moved that we define the 25,000, not changing the number, but define what it would be spent on. And you want 15 to be designated for removal, 10,000 for replacement. Is there a second to that?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second. Is there any discussion on that delineation?
Mr. Moderator?
Jim?
Yeah. So if you look at this slide, last year we raised and appropriated the amount of $125,000. We still have a balance of $36,000 in that account, and that balance is for the purpose of planting. Additionally, we have received a donation, I think in the amount of $25,000, that is exclusive for tree planting. So we are doing what you're suggesting, but I have no issue with your amendment.
Brody?
Yeah, Brody DeShays. I just had one question. How much more expensive is it to cut down a tree and remove it than it is to plant one? I'm just thinking, if you're going to start making it so 66% of the money you're putting to this count is only for removal, 33% rough numbers, it's late, but is for replanting, is replanting possibly only 10 or 5% of the total cost of replacing all these trees? That's a good question to consider. Are we just going to have a bunch of money left over in this capital reserve for planting trees and have all these trees planted and say, well, now we're sitting on 50,000 in a few years? Just something to think about.
Maybe depending on the size.
Yeah, wouldn't that depend on the size of the tree, bro?
Probably. I'm just thinking planting the tree, though, it's probably not that expensive.
You plant a big one, you plant a little itty bitty one.
Well, you're not going to plant a huge one, Paul, right? We're not going to pull one up.
I'm going to recognize Mike Potter.
Well, Jim, then let me suggest one thing. Since we have this money that's just sitting there, let's use your money for taking trees down, and let's use this money for planting trees. So let's amend this to give the $25,000 to replanting trees. How about that?
Well, so that's trying to amend the amendment. We're leaving it at 1510 for the moment.
Okay.
But you got a guy behind you who wants to speak here.
Speaking to the amendment, let's not micromanage things. Let's leave it up to the department to decide how to expend that $25K if and when it does get into the capital reserve fund. Thank you.
No, let's please do micromanage. We've been micromanaging tractors and everything else. We do not micromanage one single thing in this town that has to do with aesthetics. 2 years ago, I tried to get like $10,000 for some little flowers, and we can't do that. I would love to see this town remain beautiful. Thank you.
Paul?
I think the comment is a fair comment. We've listened to each other tonight speak about the need to have a purpose. And I think, Mr. Hodder, you were saying, what's the purpose of some of the monies we want to set aside? And I'm okay with what you want to do. I mean, we want to have a purpose, not just to take them down, but to replant them. Now, I don't know whether they're little itty bitty things or big whips, or I have no idea, but I'm comfortable with what you want to do. And so I'd be very supportive of what
Thank you very much.
No, it's not a thank you. We need to manage this money. It's your money. We need to manage it. Thank you.
Bob?
Thank you, Randy. I just have one housekeeping question on this. The Board of Selectmen are the agents to expend the funds from this expendable trust fund. And would it be legal to tie them down to having to pick and choose $15,000 for this and $10,000 for that? And I'm just curious about that.
Nathan?
So I think realistically, even if you put it in there, they would still have the authority and the discretion to choose to use it for removal if they chose.
I'd still like to put it out there.
Sure.
Even if it's just a, hey, keep this in front of you, and let's remember that we have this vision for this town. We were once a designated tree city. I think that's what we were called.
We still are.
Well, then, hey, nobody's been checking lately.
Well, can I speak on that?
Sure.
So we still are. We're 41 years Tree City. And actually, I do give our numbers to them. And I did explain that we are taking trees down now to try to clear up the issue we have. We have talked, Steve and myself, and we're getting our tree warden involved with us to come up with the game plan. Because if you've been down to Foss Field, we took out 5 trees. And if you look where the pavilion is, it's scary because it was so beautiful with those trees. But if you also noticed, we have that pavement in between the two, so we have to do some work there. But the plan is definitely to plant trees. I think what he was saying is he wasn't doing South Main until the construction, but we are aware that trees need to be planted. Every year in May, we do Arbor Day, so we plant like a tree or 2. And I think with this fund, it's just going to help grow. So,
move the question.
All right. Is there any further discussion on on the amendment? Now, Bob, you're going to wade in again?
Yes, I am, Randy. Thank you. Listening to the attorney's response to my question, it sounds to me like this amendment is superfluous.
It provides direction, but you heard the attorney's answer. So is there any further discussion on the amendment? All right, the amendment is to take the $25,000 and put parentheses after it basically and say $15,000 of which should be spent on removal, $10,000 on replacement. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? No. Let's do it again. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. I think the noes have it. All right, so all those in favor, just quickly hold up your cards. Put those down.
We lose.
All those against?
We lose.
I think the against have it just on a quick look.
Sorry.
Is there any further discussion on Article 18? All right, I declare that the article will appear as read on the ballot. We will move on to Article 19. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $175,000 to be added to the existing water treatment plant capital reserve fund, which is under the custody of the trustees of the trust funds with selectmen designated as agents to expend this capital reserve fund. This appropriation comes from taxation. The estimated tax rate impact of 2024 is 7 cents per $1,000 of valuation, unanimously recommended by the selectmen and the budget committee. This has been moved by Linda, seconded by Jim. And Linda, you want to start us off?
Yeah. In 2014, the voters approved the wastewater treatment plant capital reserve fund for the purpose of making needed repairs and improvement to the town's wastewater treatment plant, including architectural and engineering fees, costs to rehabilitate, construction, reconstruction of the facility. By making these incremental improvements, the town has been able to continue to use its 40-plus-year-old wastewater treatment plant. In 2016, the plant received the New Hampshire Water Pollution Control Association Wastewater Treatment Plant of the Year. This year's appropriation will allow the town to continue upgrading its wastewater treatment plant.
Thank you, Linda. So when our contracted operator came to us, they had a request for $250,000 worth of work. We sat down, we chatted about the work going on, and we were able to bring that to 175. We did take into consideration the fact that in the next several years, we'll be seeing a capital project for the wastewater treatment plant coming in front of the voters for consideration. The items identified in the 2024 $175,000 worth of work are items that will not be removed from the plant renovations. We hope you support this article. If you have any questions, we can certainly try to answer them for you. Additionally, remember, because our sewer wastewater treatment plant users are so small, this actually impacts the tax rate as a capital project versus just the users.
Right. Suzanne? And while Suzanne's getting to the microphone, when the clock struck 12, I noticed a number of you pulled out your cell phone to see what time it is. It was 11 or 12 o'clock, but if we keep going at this rate, it will be 11 or 12 o'clock. Go ahead.
Yes, the wastewater treatment plant we're talking about, not the disposal end of it.
Correct.
From the capital improvements program request form in 23, it says, plant project description. The town wastewater treatment facility located on Filter Bed Road was built in the mid-70s with upgrade in 93 and 2010. Over the last 9 years, the town set up a capital reserve fund and has done almost $900,000 in upgrades. However, the plant still continues to deteriorate because of the use and time. Let me see, skip down here. The town has received notification from New Hampshire DES for 30% loan forgiveness. Recommend the town follow with authorization for an engineering and construction. And then on the other page, it says, let's see, the wastewater treatment plant is in need of major rehabilitation, and a $10 million project has been submitted to New Hampshire DES. However, the project, if approved and funded, it will take at least 2 years, if not longer, to see improvements. Currently, there are 2 systems, and they talk about how they work. Request some funding for at least this last year of $175,000. If rehab, there'll be loan forgiveness grants. Knowing that we've been told the plant's dying, it's going to be a major expense. That $10 million is probably an old number. And it brings to mind what this gentleman who left said. Are we using this like a checking account? Because I see that we have, I thought this was a capital reserve account to build up to that $10 million. And it seems like we're taking money out to keep it fixed and to patch it and keep it going until someday you come in with a warrant article that says we need to raise $10 million. So I'm really concerned because what we've been through with the spray fields and the RIB. By the way, do we have any money left in that lawsuit?
We used it, I think, 2 years ago for the pump station on Laner Street.
So that is correct. The balance of funds that we will receive from the state aid grant over the next 5 years, our purpose for these sewer pump stations on Laner and Mill Streets?
Well, we knew this was coming. So I see that we currently have, what did I mark it down? Casey?
7,000 in there? We have a $7,000 balance? Is that what
Yeah.
you're trying to say?
How much?
7,000. Oh, sorry.
7,000. Wow, my goodness, 7,000 against someday 10 million. So I don't like to do this, but I am going to do it. I'd like to make a motion to raise 100,000 to be added to the 175.
So you want to increase the 175 to 275.
Yeah.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
It's been seconded. And so your reason is that we have 10 million and 175 isn't going to get us there.
We should be putting more in every single year. I'll be back next year and ask for more, and the next year and ask for more.
Okay, is there any discussion on the amendment? Mr. O'Brien.
So just a point of clarification, a few minutes ago, we talked about the select people having discretion. So is the motion that Suzanne just put forward for another 100,000 going to give the select board more money in the checkbook? And that's a question for council, I guess.
Yes.
Theoretically, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I guess we'll have to be at those meetings when they're talking about spending the money out of this capital reserve account and make an issue of it.
So the
But they don't
the answer
do
you
it.
got was theoretically yes.
Pardon?
The answer that the council just provided was theoretically,
yes.
The answer is yes. If you put another 100,000 in the account,
Well,
then
then-
it could be expended.
Then maybe we need to change the parameters of what the reserve account is. Maybe we got to go look at how it was set up, what the wording was that said it was set up for, and if it's that they can just put money in and take money out and fix some nuts and bolts and keep it going, then maybe we better have another capital reserve that's strictly to save up for that 10 million. I don't know what the original warrant article said. It looks like Linda.
That's what I read, was for needed repairs and improvements to the town wastewater plant, including architectural and engineering fee, cost for rehabilitation, reconstruction of the facility. That's how it was worded. I went to that warrant article. I want to point out to the residents that when I came onto the board in 2005, and we had administrative order that's on our wastewater treatment plant and our effluent disposal, at that time, the redoing and rebuilding the wastewater treatment plant was $12 million. We had to deal with the effluent rapid infiltration in the fields, and we did that, and we set up this capital reserve account to put Band-Aids on that plant until the time that we had to have a new plant. We've changed the process, and that 2016 shows how well we have been able to make that plant work over these years. So if we need to do something else, then we should start another capital reserve account. But this capital reserve account has done what we had established it to do, and that was to do the needed repairs. And that's what we've done, and keeping it going. And we haven't gotten hit while we were finishing up our RIB site with $12 million for a new plant. So yes, at some point, we're going to have to do it. But this has done what it was intended to do.
Okay, I understand what you read and what this capital reserve account is established for. I strongly recommend the Board of Selectmen establish next year a new savings account strictly for the replacement, because you've heard David Ford say for years, I don't know how much longer I can keep those nuts and bolts on there and keep that thing running. And what do? If it quits on us? Because he said he can't keep getting parts for it. They don't even make parts for the thing. So I withdraw my amendment. I'll see you next year here with hopefully a new warrant article.
All right, so is there any further discussion on Article 19?
In front of you.
Yeah,
Randy?
Bob, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Randy. If we look at page 59, plate number 118, there are two separate charts. The chart on the right was prepared by the contract operator, and that was their request. The chart on the left is the town manager recommendation for the $175,000. So as you can see, the contract operator request was for $250,000, and the warrant article basically removed the $50,000 for the fire and security system and the $25,000 for the RAS/WAS. I really don't know what that means. Pump replacement. So what Suzanne's amendment would do would bring this capital reserve fund closer to the contract operator's request. Thank you.
She did withdraw it, though, Bob.
What was that?
She did withdraw that amendment. So is there any further discussion on Article 19? It's okay, it's getting late. So seeing no further discussion on Article 19, I declare that that article will appear on the ballot as read. We'll move on to Article 20, bingo. Shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 287E relative to the conduct of games of bingo and the sale of Lucky 7 tickets? The estimated tax rate impact for 2024 is 0 per thousand. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen on a vote of 5-0. And it has been moved by Brian. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded. Brian, you want to start us off?
So it was very interesting. Last night, one of our most well-attended activities was bingo. The Parks and Rec wants to put on a bingo program for seniors. And Amy will speak a little bit, not Amy, excuse me, Christine, a little bit more about this.
Christine?
Sorry, thank you. Yes, this is for bingo. We actually have already requested permission from the state, and it was granted, but we are required to ask the town if they will allow it. So it's not for us to hold bingo for just anyone. It has to be 55 plus. And this is actually, we did do last night bingo, and we did that for prizes, but this is actually for money. So they pay for the tickets, and then they get whatever they're called. They pay for this, what are those sheets called? The bingo sheet, yes. And then we actually take the money that we collect, we divide it, and it's given out as prizes, and there's a limit of how much you can do. So we have to follow the rules of it, but it's specifically for 55 plus. We have taken over managing the seniors, and so this is one of the programs we want to add. So we appreciate your vote on it.
Any further discussion? Mr. Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I called around to a couple of senior centers around in towns around the lake, and I was told that if we institute bingo here in town, there actually is a population of people who follow bingo games in various towns around the state, and we would be very popular, and we would apparently have a lot of fun with the bingo games. My only concern is if we adopt 287, are we not also bringing into our house the New Hampshire Lottery Commission with all of their requirements, regulations, paperwork, oversight, lawyers, and so on and so forth? Are we not getting into bed with the state in one of the biggest state bureaucracies that currently exist? I know you're saying it's for 55 pluses, and I know in 287 there is a provision for 55 pluses, which may carve out some immunity from state oversight. But 287 and the New Hampshire Lottery Commission is a big monster, and we don't really want to have that in the town unless the payoff is big enough to warrant it.
And Mike, you had me until you get to the lawyer's part. Is there any further discussion or comments?
So I will say this, like you said, there is a following. So New Durham, Farmington, Milton, Wakefield, Farmington, are all already doing this. They already have it. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you might be able to speak upon it. I think it is specific to seniors. There are regulations we have to follow, but I don't think it is going to open the doors to anything else. Am I correct?
Yeah, so this particular chapter applies just to bingo and Lucky 7 tickets. So to have the ability to run the senior bingo, the town would have to adopt this chapter. We've already reached out to the Lottery Commission to get the approval for the Parks and Recreation Department to run the senior bingo. It's supposed to be a nonprofit organization, but they've determined that the Parks and Recreation meets the spirit of the statute, and so they've given us the letter approving them to run senior bingo. Until the chapter is adopted, however, the town doesn't have the ability under state law to do so.
Any further comments or questions on Article 20? Seeing none, I declare the article appear on the ballot as read. We'll move on to Article 21, the Historical Society lease, to see if the town will vote to lease the Clark Museum complex to include buildings and land located on South Main Street, Wolfeboro Tax Map 231, Lot 54, to the Wolfeboro Historical Society, a New Hampshire non-for-profit corporation, for a period of 10 years, with the option of the Historical Society to renew the lease for a second 10-year term, and authorize the Board of Selectmen to negotiate the terms and conditions of this said lease. This lease shall become effective on or about July 30th, 2026, shall expire on or about July 29, 2036. The optional renewal period would be negotiated by the Board of Selectmen to run from on or about July 30, 2036, and shall expire on or about July 29, 2046. The area to be leased shall be 49,407 square feet bound by East Clark Road, the sidewalk along South Main Street, Clark Road, and the Clark Road parking lot. The parking lot is excluded from this lease. The estimated tax rate impact is 0. This is recommended by the Selectmen on a vote of 5-0. This has been moved by Brad, seconded by Jim. Brad, you want to start us off?
Yes, thank you. The current lease will be expiring in 2026, and as Randy stated, this will be a 10-year lease with the option to extend for another 10 years. I ask you to support this warrant article, and I'll turn this over to Jim for further details.
So here's a depiction of the area which will be leased. Currently, the Historical Society is in a 100-year lease with the town. We've been working with them. The Historical Society is satisfied with the proposal that we've brought forward, and we anticipate going forward to the Board of Selectmen during public session regarding the lease agreement and final approval, to which we'll end up registering, and we look forward to a continued partnership with the Historical Society.
Any comments, discussion, questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 22, the Pop Whale and Ice and Arts Center locker room leases. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen to enter into a 40-year locker room use agreement with the Back Bay Hockey Association for exclusive rights to use one locker room at the Pop Whale and Ice and Arts Center, to enter into a 40-year locker room use agreement with the Friends of Kingswood Hockey for exclusive rights to use 2 locker rooms at the Pop Whale and Ice and Arts Center, and to enter into a 40-year locker room use agreement with the Brewster Academy for exclusive rights to use 2 locker rooms at the Pop Whale and Ice and Arts Center. These proposed agreements are intended to extend the current 5-year locker room use agreements that the Board of Selectmen has previously entered into with these organizations. The extensions of the proposed locker room use agreements will not impact the tax rate. Therefore, they'll have 0 impact per $1,000 assessed valuation, as recommended by the Selectmen on a vote of 4-0. This has been moved by Luke, seconded by Jim, and Luke, why don't you start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So the Selectmen entered into this 5-year agreement. Anything beyond 5 years requires the voters' consent for the 40 years. The 40-year number was come up with it is expected that the life of this new building is somewhere around 40 years. So that's why this user agreement was put together. And, just to recap, what an amazing private-public partnership that brought in, the largest ever in Wolfeboro history. I think at 2.1 of the $2.7 million has been received. And what a fantastic facility. The Friends of Pop did an amazing job of going out there and getting users for these rooms, securing the agreements and working with the board to fine-tune those. It's been, so this agreement will, if, it doesn't cost the taxpayers anything, there's still plenty of locker room space for the general public, and it will ensure that the legacy users have a place to call their own when they go there. So it's really a wonderful public-private partnership that's this all coalesces around this last little part, which is going to tie this thing together. And what an amazing opportunity for the town of Wolfeboro to have people so generous that they would go out and raise so much money to help offset the cost. Jim?
Thanks, Luke. So the Board of Selectmen did enter into locker room use agreements with Back Bay Hockey, Brewster Academy, and most recently, the Friends of Kingswood Hockey. The users have entered into these agreements, and this was always contemplated when the expansion of the facility was coming in front of the voters, so that we would be able to maintain flow of hockey teams to be able to use locker rooms, while as well having dedicated locker rooms to these legacy users. The Board of Selectmen did authorize the Friends of Pop Whalen to have naming rights for these locker rooms to help pay for those expansion costs. And the upfitting of the locker rooms is not impacted the taxpayers. This is on the users who come in and are using those facilities. They take care of the upfitting. When we rent ice to hockey users, they are normally assigned a locker room. However, with these legacy users, they have their own locker rooms that they're able to use, and it's the same rate regardless. So when they come in and contract for ice time, the users of the facility, the locker room assignment is contemplated in the fee. When we went in front of the voters in 2022 for the bond hearing, we did have a breakdown of the expansion costs versus the renovation costs, and this is from page 25 of that bond hearing in 2022, which assigns the town 50.95% of the project, Friends of Pop Whalen 38.6%, roughly the $2.7 million, and then the enterprise fund $680,000 or 10% of the project. This was contemplated throughout the project. This is how we got to the breakdown of assignment of costs, and we hope that you support this article going forward.
Is there any discussion on Article 22? Jessica?
We're almost there, everyone. We're almost there here. Okay, my name's Jessica. I'm from Wolfeboro here. I am the vice president of the Friends of Kingswood Hockey, and I just want to make a few points to the taxpayers regarding some details in the MOU so that everyone understands what those agreements actually look like from a legal perspective. So the first thing is the MOU makes it, the rooms can't be used just for anyone. So Back Bay Hockey can't just give their room to anybody. They can't rent it out to anybody. Brewster's not letting other people use their room. And Friends of Kingswood Hockey is not just letting anyone use their room. These rooms are dedicated for the Kingswood hockey teams, Brewster hockey teams, Back Bay hockey program. So in those MOUs, those details are spelled out specifically. So I just want people to know that. Also, long term, when we are Looking at long-term expenditures, those MOUs also say that the repairs and maintenance are the responsibility of the entity that has signed the MOU. So for us, if our boys and girls wreck the locker room, it's our responsibility to fix it. So we can look at replacing floors, replacing lockers. Over the course of 40 years, it's going to be a fairly large expense. And lastly, this might be a matter of opinion, but I guess that's what we're here for. I believe it's a benefit to our community to have people who are close to the users of the space. So the town of Wolfeboro is overseeing a lot of things, and I know there might be some differing opinions whether we should have these rooms or not, but I think it's in the best interest of the kids that people who care about them are close to the project, So I would say that government works best when those with their hand out are willing to get their hands dirty, and I think we're lucky in Wolfeboro to have people willing to do that. Thank you.
Brian?
Just one correction. The Brewster locker rooms, those two are exclusive to Brewster. The Kingswood are exclusive, the Kingswood High School, to Kingswood, but the One Pop Whaling locker room that they fitted out is not, the Back Bay Hockey is not exclusive to them. So there are 4 locker rooms that can be used by the general public, all teams that come in. There are 2 for Brewster, and there are 2 for Kingswood Hockey. And it is also my understanding that Brewster or Kingswood, if they so choose, could allow their locker rooms to be used by somebody else, but that's at their discretion.
Jody, and then...
Hi, Andrea Dudley. I just had a question, and it's probably caused by the juxtaposition of these 2 articles. It seems like on the Clark Plaza, you paired it, or Clark Park, you paired the Historical Society back from a 100-year lease to a 10-year lease. And now we're having this for a 40-year lease. And I'm just wondering about the length of the lease. I have no issue with committing some locker room space, but it just seems you're tying up a town asset for an awfully long time. And my other question was related to, does anyone who rents ice time for a block of time have access to a locker room?
Yeah.
Other people.
That's what I just said. There are 4 for the general public.
Okay.
And then there are 2 for Brewster, 2 for Kingswood, and these 2 for Brewster and Kingswood can be used if you approach them and they so desire.
I was just curious because I'm involved with a group that rents the ice for 3 hours once a week, so we could have a locker room. It's never been mentioned to us.
Yeah, there are 4 locker rooms used for the general public and for all teams that show
I
up
think
day
my
in.
main concern was of the length of time. It just
Well,
seems excessive to me. So thank you.
So I'm going to do this gentleman first, and then these guys in the back, then Bobby will get to you.
Sure. So I'm talking about the 40 years as well, because as we've discussed in other things, we don't generally get the life expectancy out of these buildings that we are advertised at the very beginning. So in 40 years, the likelihood is that this building is not going to exist, but the lease will. So I'd like to put forward an amendment that this be a 10-year lease for all of these people, but that it be roll-overable.
All right, it's been moved to change the 40, which appears in 3 spots in here, to 10. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Is there any discussion on the motion to change the 40 years to 10 years?
Randy.
So we'll do Linda, Jody, Kurt.
Yeah, I would just like to point out that the reason we use 40 is the useful life of the facility. That's what our last one lasted, about 40 years. And the 250 that they're paying is for the construction of that facility, just like the taxpayers paid.
Jody Person. So is this the last-ditch effort to actually get this project done? Is that what we're doing? $250,000 from each? Is that what we're trying to do? Because this gentleman just got up and said he'd like to do a 10-year lease. that's not going to get us up to where we're trying to find the shortfall of the Friends of, right? They were supposed to give 2.7. They only gave 2. And then this gentleman, Kurt, right here, I don't know if you remember, he got up at the meeting and said the 2.7 million was raised and secured. And I'm quite sure that's what he said. And Jim backed him up here. And then we got into this project, and now is this going to get us? I want to just see it done. I really just want to see the project done. Is this going to get us to the end? I mean, we're just digging a hole in this project. Is that what it is? 250 and 250 to make up the shortfall for the Friends of Pop Whalen? Is that what we're doing?
So the question is,
Yeah, why don't we let Kurt, who is the Vice President of the Friends of Back Bay Hockey, come on up here and he'll give it in more depth.
you want to answer that, Kurt?
Yeah. So, long answer to a short question. I am the Vice President of Back Bay Hockey and the Secretary of the Friends of Pop Whalen. To address Jody's point, first of all, before I get into this, thank you all for being here tonight and taking your time, and all the people in the crowd for taking your time to be here. This is a hard thing to sit through patiently, and I commend everybody for doing it. The Friends of Pop Whalen total between fundraising received and pledges, the shortfall is currently about $150,000. So it's not as expressed by the gentleman who preceded me here. The $2.7 million expansion worked out to about $250 per square foot. The cost of the locker rooms is directly tied to that. It's a dollar for dollar cost. So Kingswood and Brewster were always anticipated to be utilizing these 4 rooms, these 4 boxes. They were built for that purpose, and the intention was always that they would come in and pay the amount that we are discussing in exchange for what is effectively a lifetime lease. The 40 years is derived from the under the IRS economic commercial use depreciation schedule is 39 years. That's where the 40-year number comes from. 10 is an arbitrary number. These groups that came in, Kingswood and Brewster, and committed to the expenditure for these rooms, did it on the basis of the understanding that there would be a 40-year agreement. There are already memoranda of understanding signed for this with those entities and the town. So to pull it back, what you would effectively be asking the town to do is to undermine this fundraising effort by saying to these groups that have committed major sums towards the funding of this project, you'd be saying to them, well, sorry, we know you were expecting X, but you're going to get only 10 years, not 40. So I think that would be unfortunate and short-sighted and self-defeating. So, like I said, they're paying for the construction cost. These rooms have been built already. They need to be paid for. That is what these groups are committing to do in exchange for the 40-year utilization. I think I want to touch on the fact that revenue to the town is ice rental, not locker rooms. Locker rooms at ice facilities are not rented. They come with the ice rental. If there is a group that wants to rent ice, there are 4 public locker rooms that are very nice that were built as part of this project that Friends of Pop Whalen alone paid for. I would point out that part of the reason that we want these school teams to have their own locker rooms is it allows them less transition time, and because of that, they're able to start their practices earlier. And because they can start their practices earlier, it pushes the whole ice schedule forward. And that adds an additional hour, roughly, a day. I believe, and somebody, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's close to an hour a day of available ice rental by pushing the schedule forward, starting these high schools earlier in the day, that does directly translate to revenue for the town. So if these schools don't have these locker rooms to utilize, the schedule gets pushed back, and that costs the town money.
Excuse me.
So maybe that answers my question or not. I don't know. What did you say, Kurt? You 150 short? About that now?
I would love to talk to you about this anytime.
Well, I did talk to you.
All right, gentlemen.
You wouldn't tell me how much money you raised.
Jody,
Well, whatever.
you can ask questions of
Okay,
me.
yeah.
So that's sort of the second time.
All right, so
Behave
I
yourself.
guess it's, 250,000 for each thing. 40-year lease is crazy.
Okay, so
I want to
you're,
see it get done, but 40-year lease is crazy.
so
I'll leave
you're
it at
you're in
that.
favor of the 10. So what's on the table at the moment is moving the 40-year down to 10 years. You're obviously opposed, you're in favor of that. Charlene?
Hi, Charlene Seibel. I just had a couple of questions. Well, in a point of clarification, I know that Mr. DeWilder mentioned Kingswood, and I just want to make sure everyone understands that it is specifically referring to the Friends of Kingswood Hockey, and it has nothing to do with the Governor Wentworth Regional School District. So I wanted to make sure everyone understood that. And then next, I have a question actually for Jessica Williams. If you could let me know the name of your insurance carrier and how much liability insurance you currently have.
Charlene, I don't think that's relevant to the conversation.
Well, I have a question, so.
So
that's what this would
we've
do.
discussed this actually with Pop Whalen, and if there are any injuries inside the locker room, it would be covered underneath their insurance policy.
So,
All right, so wait a minute, ladies.
I just want to
Ladies,
understand.
stop.
It's Pop Whalen
Let's stop.
who has
What's on the table is, are we going to go from 40 years to 10 years? Not insurance, 40 years to 10 years. Yes or no? That's what's on the table at the moment. You can bring up
So-
insurance after we vote on that.
Okay, so
you have
after I
so
can
are you in
ask the
favor of
question and
40
find
or
out
the 10?
who the carrier is. Is that what you're saying? I can find out. I can find out from Pop Whalen, Friends of Pop Whalen, who the carrier is and how much liability insurance.
So
Okay,
what I'm
thank
saying
you.
is that's not appropriate at the moment, but you can find that answer out later, but not on what's on the table right now.
I just want to clarify one more thing. I think there might be a misunderstanding on how long the payment structure is, so I just want to discuss that. The payment structure is specified in the MOU. As far as I know, it's true for all of the entities. The payments are made over a five-year period, and it's $50,000 per year, due, I think, January 31st of every year. We've actually already satisfied $78,000 of that agreement, so we're $25,000 ahead of the game. And we're hoping to continue that throughout the year with a lot more fundraising that we have planned. So I just want everyone to know that it's not 40 years that we're paying back this. It's a much shorter time frame.
Thank you. Jeff, did you want to weigh in on this at all, or? So 40 years, 10 years.
Good evening, Jeff McGinnis. I think Jess, Kurt have made great points. I understand the passion around all this. It's been a fantastic campaign. We're very close to the end. None of that matters as far as this warrant article, but I do want to stress and reiterate that thanks to Brewster Academy, thanks to Back Bay Hockey, thanks to Friends of Kingswood Hockey, who have all signed and agreed to memorandums of understanding, use agreements for 40-year use, they've put forward $250,000 for that agreement. On top of that, they have provided at their own expense the dollars to fit those rooms out. That still does not impact on public use or flow. Please do not devalue these donations that we have worked very hard to get by reducing the tenure of the use agreement. Thank you.
Or any further discussion? Linda?
Yes, and I want to clear up. It is my understanding that Back Bay, the Friends of Pop Whalen, are going to pay in July the rest of the money they owe. At this point, I believe you paid $2.2 million, and you will finish that pledge in July of this year. Am I correct?
Yes.
So them paying it over 5 years, they're paying it over 5 years to the Friends of Pop Whalen, not to the town of Wolfeboro.
That's a really good point. So the town will be paid. This is, we are advancing this money, and then we will be receiving it, but we will have paid the town in full, yes.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment, which is to change the 40-year number in Article 22 down to 10 years? Nancy?
I just have a question on how long are we paying on the bond?
20 years.
20 years. Okay. So I too was surprised by the 40 years, but we're paying for it for 20 years. So it's really important that we have people using that ice and paying for it, which is wonderful that Brewster and Kingswood and so forth are willing to do that. So I'm just mulling through what's an appropriate time. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none. Oh, Bobby?
So I just want to ask a couple questions, and I have the MOUs in front of me, and I was looking at them, and just sitting at the budget committee, I'm sure many of you in this room understand that we had a shortfall based on the fact that we had not received the $2.7 million in the donation. If we go back to the warrant article in 2022, and I agree with Jody, I was also in the room that evening when the Friends said they were going to pay the $2.7 million, and now we're still sitting on $598,000 that the select board gave one more year to Friends. The things that worry me about this is that Kurt and so many other people, our town manager, select board members, all stated when we decided about this facility that this was going to be a year-round facility for us. And some of the things that they stressed was that we were going to be able to have, you know, contests in there, and we were going to have soccer, and we were going to have batting cages, and we were going to be able to have bonspiels for curling and other things. The problem with these exclusivity agreements is we don't have the right to these locker rooms. Once these MOUs turn into a 40-year or a 10-year, we don't have the right. The MOUs, if you read them, it is solely for the benefit of these groups. Now, Brewster, I'm sure, has liability insurance. I know Back Bay's been there for a while. But this new group, and I checked with the school and the school board, the Kingswood group is not actually the high school group. There is no MOU between this group and the high school. There's no agreement. So we're giving an agreement for 40 years, or if we change it to 10, to a new corporate nonprofit that will be paying Friends of Pop. So this money that is going in all these MOUs is not coming to town. This money is going to Friends of Pop Whalen. Friends of Pop Whalen, when we all voted in this warrant article a couple years ago, nowhere in the warrant article did it say that $2.7 million was giving Friends of Pop the right to own the locker rooms, and then that another group would come in and sublet that for 40 years. I mean, I think if you go back and you look at 22, and I encourage everybody to look at these MOUs, but we're not going to be able to hold and host big functions there. 40 years from now, how do we know 10 years from now we're not going to put in a swimming pool and need those locker rooms for children to do swim events? So I just caution that everybody should read these MOUs. They're not written with our town. They're written with Friends of Pop. And then there's also very vague language in the beginning. The memorandum says it's between the town of Wolfeboro, and I'll use the Friends of Kingswood because it's on top, hockey. But then they say it's going to be for Kingswood High School hockey, but they have no agreement with the district, the school district. And then throughout the MOU, it just changes to Kingswood hockey. And we really were giving up our rights. We're giving up our rights to hold anything else in the 8 other months when the center is supposed to be a year-round facility. We're giving up those rights for hockey teams that are only in there 4 months. We can't use these locker rooms for 8 months. They're going to go dormant.
All right, Luke?
It might be getting late, but that sounded extremely sour. I think we got to remember that this group, in the end, spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, and raised a lot of money to help benefit all the citizens of Wolfeboro. That is the most important point to me, is that they spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of money, raised a lot of money for all our benefit. And it wouldn't have been for them if we would have gotten this whole thing done. That's the key thing to remember. So beyond everything else, that is the key thing to remember. And trying to attack people for not having insurance and stuff like that, it's the wrong meeting for that. They bring it back to the school for that. Have that at your meeting. But these guys did a fantastic job, getting this thing together for the kids in our community that will benefit for the next 40 years. So.
All right, so you're in favor of, you're against the amendment.
Moving the question, yeah.
So I'm disturbed by the red herring presentation that we just heard. There are 4 public locker rooms at the facility. Locker rooms do not generate revenue. The use of the facility does. The use of the facility, for those who choose to rent the facility, they have the 4 public locker rooms to utilize. This has no impact on that. Whether there's a swimming pool built there, or a gymnastics gym, or a climbing wall, or anything else, has no bearing on what we're discussing here. And the other red herring here is that there are other groups giving money to Friends of Pop Whalen. That is not true. The Friends of Pop Whalen's obligation is to the town. There is nobody who wishes this was done more than I do for countless reasons, but it's not. So we are still working diligently on this. I want it to end. Everybody else on Friends of Pop Whalen does too. I'm sure the town does. And we're still working on it. But it is absolutely false to say that those groups are giving money to Friends of Pop Whalen. Those groups are contributing to the money that is the fundraising effort to pay for the expansion. So shaking your paper and making funny faces doesn't change the fact that $2.7 million, these locker room usage agreements are part of that.
So
the money is coming
Kurt,
from
you need to
donors.
change
Bobby,
your
he's
tone
got the
towards
floor.
me.
The money is
You
coming.
need to change your tone.
Bobby,
You
he's
need
got
to
the
change
floor.
attack.
The money is coming from donors to Friends of Pop Whalen for the $2.7 million, and this is how it's being done, and it's been approved by the town via the memoranda of understanding, and it has been part of this project the whole way through. And this is an unfortunate example of people not showing up, not communicating with myself or anybody else on Friends of Pop Whalen, or making an effort to understand what's going on, instead showing up at a town meeting and for whatever personal reasons creating false propaganda to suit their own ends, and that's unfortunate.
Paul? Again, we're on the amendment, just to
I'm
keep
taking a
reminding
deep breath.
everybody.
So let's just roll the clock back. It was 2 years ago, I think tonight, that, or at least that piece of paper that was a business plan was provided to the voters. It was a business plan that was done by the town and was done in collaboration with the Friends of Pop Whalen. That business plan said we're going to give you $2.7 million, and at the end of 2023, we're going to deliver, X amount of dollars of revenue and Y amount of dollars of expense, and it's going to be, a great thing. And we all clapped and said it's a good idea. And I think I learned today that 70% of the voters said, let's do that. Would we have done it again if we knew? Yes, we would. I mean, do we need a new hockey rink? Yeah, I mean, it was a mess. You know, I stood there as a select board member and looked up in the ceiling and saw rain running on my head. And they had to go out and clean the ice so that somebody didn't break their legs. So the place was a wreck. So we built it. The contract, or whatever the document is, the contract between the town and the Friends of Pop Whalen said, we're going to put $2.7 million in your hands in the year 2023. It didn't say 2022, it said 2023. And they missed it by $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. Big, I shouldn't say big deal because it was a big deal, but they missed it. But they didn't walk away. They said, listen, give us another year. Did we make the right decision as a management organization in this town to say, hey, listen, we need a little interest on that? No, we didn't. But you know what? We missed it. But they're still good for it, because if not, you know, we'd tar and feather them or do something to them. So I think that if I roll the clock back and I look at what we've done, I think the Friends of Pop Whalen did a pretty darn good job in raising the most amount of money this town has ever seen in its history. It's history. And I think if you add up the library and the town hall, I think they still raise more money than those two put together. Are we going to have summer events? Are we going to have winter events? Are we going to have all this other kind of stuff? That's not up to Friends of Pop Whalen. That's up to us. And so if you've got a problem with, you know, we're not having, you know, pickleball or whatever, that's not on them. It's on us. So we have to work on that. And I think that, you know, Jim and the town people are going to do that. As it relates to the locker rooms, we gave them naming rights. We said you can go sell. By the way, I think the concession stand's still open, so you could have the O'Brien concession stand. We gave them naming rights. And I'm not troubled by the fact, and Bobby makes a good point, we may have entity issues, but I'm not troubled by the fact that we have Back Bay Hockey, Friends of Kingswood, who want to have the ability to use those locker rooms, by the way, and fit them up, by the way, and maintain them, as long as we have some understanding of, you know, how people get hurt and all of that stuff. I'm not troubled by that. And I'm not troubled by saying you can have it for the life of the building. Remember, if you get down to Boston and you go to one of those medical centers, they kind of bang somebody's name on the side of the building, you know, the Rab Center or the Silverman Center or whomever. They don't scratch that off the building. It's there for the life of the building. And so I'm not troubled by this. Am I troubled that we could have should have gotten more money for it or any of that? That's water over the dam. That's over the falls. So I'm going to vote for not for 10 years. I'm going to vote for the life of the building. And I just hope it clears it up. I mean, I think they're doing the right thing, and I think, you know, we're debating over 20 years, and I'm not sure that's a meaningful thing to do. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
So I just want to clear something up. I have not espoused any red herrings. I am encouraging the voters themselves to pull the MOUs for these, to look at the exclusivity agreement, and look that we are having 5 of our locker rooms disappear when this was supposed to be a year-round facility. That's all I'm asking the 4 locker rooms. Sorry, Back Bay is going to share?
Back Bay is non-exclusive.
That's non-exclusive. Okay,
Okay,
so
don't engage in conversation. Bobby, you got the
So
floor.
our year-round facility, just pull the MOUs yourself, look at the information, and make an educated
Can I move the question? We're just voting on an amendment. We've been talking the substance of the warrant article for a while, Mr.
So the
Moderator.
question
I'd like
has been
to
moved to cut off debate. All those in favor of cutting off debate, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? So we will no longer debate the amendment that is on the floor. And the amendment is, should we change the 40-year lease down to 10? Those in favor of doing that, please say aye. All those opposed? No. All right, so that fails. So the 40-year stays. Suzanne, did you want to make an amendment?
Simple mathematical question. The selectmen just gave in August of '23 a 5-year lease. They're asking for a 40-year lease. So is this going to be 35 plus the 5 they already have, or is it going to be 40 plus the 5 they already have?
Life of the building.
Anybody have an answer to that?
I would say that you would.
I can't hear.
Yes.
I would say that you would write a lease that would say 40 years on it, and you would get rid of the one that said 5. So I would have a 40-year lease replace the 5-year lease.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You're saying what, you replace the 5-year lease?
That's what I would do, because that we...
But technically, they have a legal 5-year lease right now.
Right. We could do it 5 years and then do a 35, or we can get rid of, we're going to make whatever it is equal 40 years.
So here we go. Another, it could be this, it
It's
could
a
be
use
that,
agreement.
it might be this, it might be that. We may have an MOU that's due on a certain date. No, we'll extend it another date. We'll make an IOU, an MOU. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate they've hit this, but I'll get to the crux of it right here. They have a 5-year lease, and the first payment appears to be $50,000 from each. So
Yeah.
I guess that would be $150,000 that goes to Pop Whalen towards their debt.
Towards their fundraising, yep.
Yeah. So the MOUs, on the flip side, Schedule A, for 2 of these parties, say, and the parties are Friends of Kingswood Hockey and, this paper here, sorry, and Brewster Academy. Their agreement on Schedule A says they pay Friends of Pop Whalen the first payment of $50,000 contingent upon our warrant article passing, and then would extend the 40-year lease. So that's why they're saying, don't do 10, don't do 15, don't do 20, you gotta do 40, because these 2 parties that have signed this, it will fall through, because they have said, we don't want 5. Well, they'll have the 5, but it's contingent upon 40 years. And then for the other group, the one that is Back Bay Hockey Association, they don't have that contingency on the back of theirs at all. So basically, I would have to assume it says the duration of this agreement shall be for a term of 5 years, unless adjusted by the parties at town vote. So they get it if we vote in the 40, but these other two have already agreed that they don't want this unless they get the 40. I think they're saying they don't want it. Maybe they will all take it for the 5. But you know, it's all so convoluted. It's all so the money that they get from this goes to Back Bay Hockey, right? They pay off the debt, and then the rest of it is, for 40 years, is theirs.
Once they pay the $250, it's done, and they get to use it for the life of the building. Just like Paul was saying, if you put up a building and you name a hospital, it's for the length of the building. That's what we're really doing here. They're paying for the construction of those 2 locker rooms. There are 4 locker rooms, and they get the use of it for the life of the facility based on the RSA's 39-year life of the building. That's what we base it on.
So the 35 years they get after the 5, within the 5 years, they're going to have enough money for sure to pay their balance. So the 35 years, where does that money go?
There is no, in the 35 years, they don't own anything. They've already paid up. They get to use it.
Thank you. That clarifies that.
You're welcome.
The right to use.
But I'm still not in favor of 40 years. A lot can happen. Don't forget now, the Nick is coming out on the heels of all of this stuff. So they just got approval from the planning board for a big complex. So I don't know. And by the way, Casey, can I interrupt you from your rest? Do you
think this is resting?
Yeah. It is compared to what we're doing here. Can you tell me what we have for a bond, what we owe, what the finances, where we stand with them? Did they make money this year? Did they lose money this year? Did they break even?
The year has not officially closed at this point, so, but it is in the negative.
So we're running in the hole with this thing.
That's correct.
About how much? 300,000?
I'm not able to say that amount at this point.
Yeah, I think that's the number I saw. So I'm not in favor of the 40 years. So a lot can happen between now and then.
So, Brody, you going to renew your motion?
Right after I say one thing, but yeah, I was going to ask if that would be in order, but there's been some mention about the drafting of the language of these different MOUs, and I've compared the MOU that the school district originally had drafts of and then never ended up entering into, because obviously this is the Friends of Kingswood Hockey, and I'd like it to be explicitly stated in the meeting, if there's any minutes, the Friends of Kingswood Hockey, not Kingswood High School. Two separate entities. One's a high school in our school district. The other one's a nonprofit the town's entering an agreement with. But that agreement is very much like 90% of the language is from the language the school district negotiated, because we want a lot more requirements. I mean, to my understanding, and Kurt does have that objective number he mentioned, but the school district wanted 40 years, because if we were going to sell it to the taxpayers, which is we were wondering if we were going to, we wanted the guarantee of 40 years. But then when we said, we're not entering into this agreement, we're not, the other 5 towns were members of the school district, and those school board members said that they didn't want to have their taxpayers pay for a Wolfeboro capital project, we kind of ditched it towards the end. But that's why that language, Suzanne, to my understanding, is a little bit different. I've looked at that language, compared it to the language that me and Mr. Bickford, who's in the back here, helped co-write at the Brookfield School Board meeting, and that language is a lot more similar to our MOU that we negotiated with the Friends of Pop Whalen versus some of the other MOUs floating around. There's like 3 or 4 of them at this point I've seen.
And your motion was?
To limit end debate, go home.
So you're moving to terminate debate on Article 22? Okay. All right. Is there any further discussion on that? Terminating debate. You don't think we should terminate debate?
I'd like to just apologize to everyone in this room and Kurt if I raise my voice. I'm just very passionate about this, and let me leave it at this. The truth is the truth. It was a $4.2 million project.
No. You did a nice job until that point. All right, so it's been moved to terminate debate on this article. All those in favor of terminate debate, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, we will move on to Article 23. To see if the town will vote to...
Point of order, did we actually deal with the 10 and 40-year lease problem?
Yeah.
It was defeated.
Yeah. We got to vote on that.
Excuse me, mystery voice. Did we actually deal with the 10 or 40-year?
Yes.
We did? It's all done?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I declare that the article will appear on the ballot as originally read, because it was not amended down to 10. So 23, to see if the town will vote to raise and affirm the 2002 warrant Article 16 surplus policy. Each year, the town shall reduce the surplus general fund undesignated fund balance carried over from prior year to an amount no greater than 10% of the operating budget voted the current year by applying the excess as fund balance reduced taxes, and further said amount to reduce taxes shall be affirmed, disclosed, and voted by the Board of Selectmen at a regular meeting. This has been submitted by petition. And who would like to address this one? Suzanne?
Point of order. We were supposed to have a secret ballot on that question.
So I'm aware of that, and I specifically asked, was there any dispute to turning down debate? And I thought, I looked for you actually to say, I object, but you didn't. And I presume the reason you didn't was because it went from 40 to 10 and that crashed and burned. Your 40 to 0 would have been even worse.
What do you want to do?
I want you to address Article 23.
I think you have to address 22.
Well, it seems evident that a secret ballot wouldn't have passed at any rate. I don't have the authority to withdraw it from the others, but I'm going to take it. So you can just rip up that page that I gave you for secret ballot.
Thank you.
So 23, I guess that's where we are?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. A little history here. There was a thing called the Taxpayers Association, maybe 15, 20 years ago. We've all died off. I think I'm the last species of it. But Bob at the budget meeting mentioned something about, did the selectmen vote on how they were going to distribute or use or what have you of the surplus? And it rang a bell with me. I went, oh, for crying out loud. And I went home and I went through my boxes of Old Town reports and I found the one for, what year was it? 2002. And I said, well, by God, I'm going to see if we can't reinstate it because it hasn't been used. It was used up to a point, but we've had finance directors in and out. And it kind of got lost in the shuffle. And then when we had this problem with the over expenditure, I said, no, we got to go back to the way it was. So the purpose of this article is to reaffirm the use of the policy that we had under Article 16 in 2002 and use the fund balance to reduce taxes. And it further says, the amount to reduce taxes shall be affirmed, disclosed, and voted by the Board of Selectmen at a regular board meeting. So while they work their magic with KC to figure out what that number is, they'll be bringing it back and affirming and letting us know just what it is. Because now it's nothing shady, nothing illegal, but it's not transparent. So that's all I would like to see, it go back to the way it was with some transparency.
All right, so that was moved by Suzanne. I should have got a second earlier. Somebody say second. It's been seconded. Any further discussion on Article 23? Pretty straightforward. Seeing none, I will not linger. Bob?
Yes, Randy.
I'm sorry.
I just see a couple of problems with this. I know it's got to be a legal warrant article, but I believe this does not fit the parameters provided by the state of New Hampshire, and perhaps Casey can help me out with that. I believe the parameters of a surplus fund are somewhere between 8 and 13%.
5 and 17%.
5 and 17%. So I don't know that we could limit it to 10% based on the, right, okay, so also I don't see the logic, and further said amount to reduce taxes shall be affirmed, disclosed, and voted by the Board of Selectmen at a regular board meeting. I don't think they do it that way. I think if we're going to buy down the tax rate with our surplus fund, I think that decision is made probably by the town manager, probably with the Board of Selectmen, and is submitted with the paperwork that goes to Concord to set the tax rate.
What I'm trying to say is that they do their thing with KC, and they bring it out in the light of day, and they reaffirm it, they vote on it. This has been to the DRA. Am I correct, Mr. Town Manager? That they say this is not suitable to be on the ballot?
DRA did review it. I don't think there was any input, but they rarely do give input to petition warrant articles.
That's correct.
I can't hear you.
That is correct. It's approved by DRA. It is
So-
affirming something you did in 2002. It's been in the audit reports the 3 years I've been here.
Yeah.
It's a practice that the selectmen just haven't done. The
Yeah.
3 years I've come here, I've discussed the revenues and the tax rate, and the selectmen and the town manager just did not use any of the surplus.
Yeah, yeah. So it's all clean and green. It's just a matter of bringing it out into the light of day. That's about it.
Thank you.
All right, any further discussion on Article 23? Seeing none, we will move on to our final article, which is Article 25. Shall the voters of the town of Wolfeboro vote to rescind and abolish the Wolfeboro Police Commission pursuant to New Hampshire RSA 105C7 to be effective upon the passage of this article is submitted by petition? And who would like to address Article 25?
So I have an amendment.
So let's get it moved first. Someone, so moved by Linda, seconded by? Seconded. And then Brad has an amendment. Before you get to that, the people that submitted the petition, does anybody want to speak to it first? All right, Brad, go ahead with your amendment.
Thank you. Amendment to amend warrant Article 25 by replacing everything after the word rescind with the following. The actions of the March 1960 town meeting establishing the Wolfeboro Police Commission, which would have the effect of abolishing the Wolfeboro Police Commission effective May 31st, 2024.
All right, is there a second to that?
Second.
All right, so that's been moved and seconded. So the substance of that, Brad, is to still abolish the police commission, but instead of doing it pursuant to RSA 105, you're just using another mechanism to get to the same place.
Right.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed. So now how about the substance of 25? Is there any discussion on that? Sean?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say I wish we had an opportunity to address that before that was done. I think that would have been more appropriate, some discussion prior to a motion being made. Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm looking to Nathan for a legal opinion on something, so you can make something a little more clearer to me. New Hampshire Chapter 39.3 requires that articles be presented to the selectmen, or at least one of them. Can you tell me what that means?
You're asking what the term means, presented to the selectmen?
Correct.
I think presented to the selectmen means handed to, delivered, any form of transmission.
Okay. So could any of you folks up there, any of the selectmen, can you tell me how you received this particular warrant article as a board, or did one of you receive it individually?
Came to the town clerk's office, right?
That is my understanding.
Okay.
So you received the Article 25 with the 25 signatures?
Absolutely. All of them were registered voters.
Okay. But did you receive that from a person? Did you actually receive the warrant article from a person? Did someone present it to you?
Did I what?
Did you receive it from a person? Did a person
I
present
don't know
it?
who dropped it off. It was in a folder. I was busy with a customer, and I said, I'll be with you in a moment. I don't even know who it was. And they said, we're just leaving this as a petition article for the warrant. I said, okay.
Thanks, Pat. And one more question for Nathan. New Hampshire Chapter 39.3 also talks about textual changes only. Can you tell me what that means? What does that mean, a textual change only?
So when it talks about textual changes, it's in the context of what the select board may do with respect to a petition warrant article. So before presentation to the deliberative session, there's only limited things that the members of the select board can do to a petition warrant article. However, once the petition warrant article comes before the deliberative session, anybody can amend it.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Hodder.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have a number of questions regarding this article. When did the Board of Selectmen decide to change or to make this amendment to take the original wording of the petitioned warrant article, which called for an abolition under 105C, and change it to an abolition by virtue of nullifying a vote taken by the town in 1960? When was that decision made?
I get an email from you, and I said, oh, I think I will send that over to the town manager, and we better check to make sure that we have the right way this police commission was established. And we moved on, and I think that you can, Nathan can explain why we changed it, because he gave us the opinion.
Okay, Nathan, I'd like to hear from you.
Sure. So when I looked after seeing your email, I did some research, and RSA Chapter 105C, which is referenced in the petition warrant article, has never been adopted by the town. So I didn't believe that to the extent that the petition warrant article passed, I had concerns that the authority that was being invoked didn't exist with respect to the town.
Right.
However, the town did, the police commission was created by the state through an act in 1959, and then the town had to take a subsequent act at the 1960 town meeting to actually affirm their desire to have the police commission. So my recommendation was, in order to fit the purpose and act within the authority that the town would have, the better course would be to reference the actions at town meeting in 1960 rather than RSA Chapter 105C, which the town has not adopted.
Okay, next question. Why did the Board of Selectmen take it on themselves to become the advocates for the point of view of the petitioners in the petitioned warrant article? Ordinarily, when a petition warrant article is presented and it's flawed, it's presented at the time of the town meeting. The attorney says, oh my goodness, and everyone says, well, we can't vote on that one. So the selectmen are advised that there is a fatal flaw in the original petition presented to town warrant. The selectmen then take it on themselves to remedy that flaw so that the warrant article can stand and can be voted on. Why did the selectmen feel that they needed to remedy a flawed petition article? This, to me, is quite unusual.
Didn't we look into the bingo petition warrant article to make sure that the bingo petition warrant article was correct?
That is not petition.
I think I can tell you from one select woman that if we left it and it was not legal, we would be in all sorts of legal fights or fights. And I felt it was better, because you pointed it out to me, a resident in the town, that if it was flawed and there was a way for us to correct it, that's what we should do, so that we put forward a warrant article, if the voters voted on, that could be acted on. And we have taken as a Board of Selectmen, no position on this, nor will we.
Luke.
I want to second Linda's thing, and for me personally, as a person, I am completely against disbanding the police commission. I think that they serve a very valid purpose. I want to say that. For me, I didn't want the voters to vote thinking they're either disbanding or not disbanding, and then that vote have a effect where, one, the language wasn't correct, and therefore, if they thought they were voting to disband it, and it didn't get disbanded after because of a technicality, that would be not only a disaster for the people that voted for it, but it would look as though the board strayed people in the wrong direction by not doing their job and reviewing the warrant articles for correctness. Doesn't mean I support or don't support a warrant article.
So if I were to submit a petition warrant article with an incorrect reference to an RSA, and the selectmen learned that it was an incorrect reference to an RSA, you guys would take it on yourselves to fix it for me?
Well, but we didn't know who handed in. If you handed it in and we knew you were the petitioner, we would have gone to you.
Well, you did it anyway without knowing who handed it in because Pat just told us she doesn't know who gave it to her.
Right, so we couldn't go back to that person and
But
say...
you have 25 signatures on that petition. You could have at least contacted one of them. Don't mean to argue. If you will indulge me, if this warrant article passes in March, presumably it's effective immediately because as far as I heard from Randy, there's no time frame on which the change becomes effective. So presumably the change...
Just interrupt, Mike. So the amendment that Brad made that passed said effective May 31, 2020.
Okay, so as of
so it
May
does have a date.
As of June 1, there's no longer a police commission. Between March whatever and June 1, after June 1, who's going to run the police department if there's no police commission on June the 1st?
The
Chief is going to run it all by himself?
Just like the fire chief, the chief will run the department.
The chief will run the department without citizen supervision, without citizen oversight.
Well, and he would be under the town manager, and the town manager is under the board of selectmen, exactly like the fire department, the police department would be. There'll be a department underneath the town manager and the board of selectmen.
Does this board remember why Public Act 1377 was passed in 1959? Did you look into it at all? Why did the state specifically pass an act allowing the town of Wolfeboro to create a police commission? Not New Bedford, not Alton, not statewide, but specifically Wolfeboro. You obviously don't know. The reason was clearly, at the time, absent civilian oversight of the police department, there were irregularities that rose to the level of state awareness, that called for a state act. The state act said specifically to the town, vote yes, you can have a commission, vote no, you don't want one. It didn't give us any option of saying, well, we change our mind later on, we don't want it anymore. 105, when they came to think about allowing commissions statewide, 105 has a provision specifically allowing a town to rescind its vote. State Act 377, 1959, laws thereof, was not passed with an intention or even a mechanism to allow a town to rescind its decision. If you want to overturn a town vote allowed by a state act, you're going to need to go and ask the state if that's perfectly kosher. There are too many inherent problems in this decision of the selectmen to rewrite this warrant article to allow it to safely pass onto the warrant in March, unchanged. We don't have an agency to take over the police commission other than the chief. If we want to give up civilian control of the police department, that's what we're doing. The act was passed specifically to give us civilian control of the police department. To me, it's fatally flawed, regardless of the attempt to craft language to allow it to pass.
If I can just address the last point, town meeting always has the option to rescind actions taken by town meeting in the past. The defect that I saw with the reference to 1057 is that was authority that the town has not chosen to accept from the state.
Agreed.
So therefore, that would be improper. But I think the town always has the opportunity to rescind the actions of town meeting.
Theoretically, if you read 377, you can see specifically that they're giving the town two choices, not a third choice. You either vote it up or you vote it down. If you want something else, you have to come back to the legislature and ask them for that. But in this particular act, you had the choice of either getting a commission or not getting a commission. And at the time, it seemed important to the town to put the police department under civilian control. And we're giving that up if this warrant article is allowed to pass. Thank you.
Brody?
I was going to say something else, but I'm really curious, and I don't know if you guys feel interested in asking town council, but I could have sworn our police commission was operating under the provisions of New Hampshire RSA 105-C:7, and that I think the numbers that Mr. Hodder was mentioning was the legislative numbers. So the bill in 1959 that established that state law that permitted cities and municipalities to establish police commissions. And that's my understanding. And then in the 1960, Wolfeboro adopted a police commission. There are about 12 to 15 other communities, most of them cities about 10 times as large, that have them. Could you speak to that?
So the 1959 Act was specific to Wolfeboro.
It was.
There had been a number of different special pieces of legislation, initially in sort of the 1920s era, where most of the cities in New Hampshire got the opportunity to create police commissions. A number of towns through special legislation all through the 50s, 60s, 70s also got special legislation. In 1981, the legislature passed what became RSA Chapter 105C, which basically said, the legislature said, we're tired of passing special legislation when everybody wants a police commission. So here's a statute. If you want to adopt this chapter, you can follow the procedures and have a police commission. And if you don't want a police commission anymore, here's the method of doing so.
So Nathan, let me ask you then. So I assume that our town and our police commission operate under RSA 105-C:7.
They have never adopted it as far as I can tell.
Okay.
They look to it as guidance, but they're not bound by it.
Okay. But you hold the point that we made a decision at town meeting and we can rescind that decision.
Correct.
Okay. My other thing is I'm hard pressed how presenting a warrant article to the Board of Selectmen can be, I mean, the town clerk is a different elected office that's established, through state law. It's separate than the Board of Selectmen. Even in RSA 39:3 for submitting petition warrant articles, it says the Board of Selectmen or a selectman. It doesn't even designate a place. It means I could go to Brad's house and bring him submit a petition warrant article as a petitioner. I also question whether or not someone really has a right to anonymously submit a petition warrant article under RSA 91A, a right to know law, because it should be something that the entire public knows. We have an invested interest of knowing who the petitioner is, where they're from, what their interest is, and what their intent is with the warrant article. Not only that, but it also should be in accordance with our state constitution, Part 1, Article 8, that says that all these types of things need to be done in public, in the open. That's in the public's best interest. So to me, it's just very strange that someone anonymously dropped it off with one municipal elected official, never actually presented it, at least in my personal reading of RSA 39:3, to any of the selectmen or the group of them. And now it's it's Article 15 this year, and we have no idea who brought it forward. That's my concern. It's a process issue, right? Are we just going to have people anonymously submitting petition warrant articles, moving forward? I don't think that's the right way. I think the public body and the voters deserve a right to know who brought that petition warrant article forward, and that it should have been brought to the Board of Selectmen. So that's all I have to say.
I have a statement and a question. One, I talked to the New Hampshire Municipal Association and asked them about those statutes, and they said that this warrant article was submitted appropriately. And the second thing I have a question for Mr. Hodder. What are the specifics that happened in 1950 to 1959 that enacted the state to create this act for the town of Wolfeboro?
Long before I got here, and I'm not going to go into the details because...
Do you know the details?
I do, and they're actually in the legislative record, and they're in your Granite State News of the time. Call it irregularities. The point being only this, that at the time, the legislature felt it important to offer the remedy of a police commission to the town. They don't do that willy-nilly. They don't offer remedies for nothing. They don't offer a remedy when there is no cause for a remedy.
Was the remedy offered by the state, or was it requested by the town?
It was requested by some members of the town because of the difficulties that they were dealing with.
Okay, so that's different than the state bringing it to us.
Well, the state passed the legislation, Brian.
Correct.
So, I mean, it isn't as if we passed it for them.
I just wanted to have that
And
clarified.
they felt it rose to the level of their awareness. And as you know, in Concord, not everything does, and it has to have a certain degree of political importance for it to get onto their radar.
Paul?
Thanks, Mike.
You done with me?
I haven't started with you. I'm done. I appreciate all of the, I appreciate learning all about what happened in 1959, and I'm not being a smartass here, and I appreciate, the Brody's, hey, can you anonymously submit something, and is that legit? I got all of that, and that's good, and I'm glad we did that. I'm just stuck with the question is, why doesn't the person or people or somebody who thinks we need to change this just get up and talk about it? What are we trying to accomplish? Crickets.
What's next?
Well, we could start with what are we trying to accomplish, but I'm getting a cricket noise. Why is that? Why is that? I mean, so hang on.
I think you woke the cricket up.
See, I warmed her up. I got her all warmed up.
You asked
but
a
my point
question.
is, we've had a, no disrespect intended here. We've had a wonderful journey up and down the law review books. I mean, the Black's Law dictionaries are popping off the wall, but. I was kind of sitting there saying, what are we trying to do here?
Well, you're trying
Because
to
it's a
abolish
major.
the
Why?
police. Did you read the papers last year?
I read the papers all the time. I don't.
You know what's
it's
going
all
on
fun
in the
stuff.
police department? That's what they're trying to accomplish.
Who is they?
The people that signed the petition. They aren't here to speak up for it because obviously they don't have the courage to stand before you and explain why. But the matter is, there was an issue with the police department and it stirred this whole thing up again. This isn't the first time it's come before the town. It's a few years back it came and it almost passed on a similar issue.
Not to belabor the discussion, but I bristle with gutches. I don't like discussions in the shadows. I am with you about transparency. If there's an issue, we've had an issue with the police chief. I got it. We have a police report that was not very flattering. I got it. Is that why we want to eliminate things?
I think that's what stirred it up. If you call it throwing the baby out with the bathwater, I don't know. But what those people understood is that the authority goes back to the police chief. Many towns have a police chief. In fact, most do, and most do not have a commission. So we're just going to throw that out to the public unless someone wants to make an amendment, and the people will decide. They want a commission or they want the chief to run the police department.
So,
Last word for me, and
I'll
then
get you, Bob, in a minute.
I appreciate the indulgence. Just remember that we've had a police commission for 73 years. And there's an old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We've had one for 73 years. In the last year or two, some people have gotten stirred up, and the solution they've come up with is, let's get rid of the police commission. It ain't no good. Well, we've had it for 73 years. It's worked pretty well. I've been here 40 and it's worked pretty well. So, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
all right, Bob?
Thank you, Randy. Am I coming across up there? Okay. I'm one of the people who signed the petition, but I did not submit it. And because the person who did not submit it didn't have the guts to show up and present it, I will withhold my criticism this evening. I will have my time to show my opinions to the public, but it's not going to be tonight. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion on this last and final article, noting that it's 5 minutes of midnight? Seeing no further discussion, I declare the article as amended will appear on the ballot. Is there any new business? Is that what you're trying to?
revisit Article 22?
You what?
I'd like to revisit Article 22. Oh, my.
So it has been moved to revisit Article 22. Is there a second to that?
What? Just want an amendment.
I'm not hearing a second.
Can you second, Suzanne, please? Article 22, I'd like to revisit.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded to revisit Article 22. Any discussion on that?
Yes.
So,
I would like to amend the article to
no. We're not discussing Article 22. We're only voting if we're going to go back and discuss it. That's
Yeah.
All right, is there any discussion on going back to Article 22? If none,
I'd like to discuss it. I'd like to discuss it because I'd like to make an amendment to the article that then would allow for the other 8 months that the hockey season is not in session, that the locker rooms would be open to other entities.
all right, so that's the purpose. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion on Jim?
I would note that in the MOUs,
No,
paragraphs...
no, we're not discussing the substance. It's whether we're even going to go back and discuss it. So thank you. I was waiting for somebody to do that. All those in favor of going back to Article 22 and discussing it again, please say aye.
Aye.
All's opposed? No. I think the noes have it. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved. Been seconded. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Thank you. We're adjourned, ladies and gentlemen.